Welcome everybody, and thank you so much for being here. We welcome you as KECOBO and as GIZ. The new generation says, or the Americans say GIZ, which is fine. We're learning every day. Yeah, are you learning every day? Oh, David just want me to get a photograph. You pan that way ahead, looking good. So, my name is Moniki Mangeria, and I shall be leading us through the proceedings of today. I have charged up with my coffee and make sure that I have a lot of coffee. So that I'm very excited and happy to start off today. My boss wants to talk to me. Hold on a second. Yeah, it pays to be. It pays to be beautiful. So, all right, tell us, who did you talk to, and what did you find out? Oh no, you must stand. You must always stand. You know, by the way, guys, young people, when you stand to address people, it makes a difference. It gives you presence. I've noticed nowadays guys don't like standing when they're talking. It's cool, you know. I want to stay here and I'm talking. And you're in a group like this. If you're in the corner there and I can't see you when you're talking, you lose that connection. So when you stand, you command the space. And you're all performers. You're in the creative industry. You command that space. Sindio? And then I'll ask the learned friends to please listen. Learned friends, where? And creatives. It is Marie's turn, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Mbuga. I am a musician by profession. Thank you. I talked to two people. I've talked to Patrick. He's an advocate. I've talked to Adam. He's a product graphic designer. Yeah. Designer. Yeah. And he has his own book. Adam. This is the story. Adam. He used to go to school every day and he'd take photos of every speaker in a matatu. And then he combined them, put them in a book, and tells his story there. Yeah, and then the original idea was to design a ring, of which he has one of something like a speaker. Interesting.
Hey, give it up for Adam. Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much, Mary. That was very, very. And Adam, please stand. Everyone now wants to see this ring of yours. Abu, can I kiss the ring? Let's see. Oh my goodness, that is a speaker right there. Okay, you can see him at tea time or whenever we have a break. You can come over and ask him for the IP. This is now your intellectual property, my friend. But the design is your intellectual property. The property itself is your property as well. So you have a lot of property going up over here. So tell me, who did you talk to?
I spoke to Marveline. We've just met. She's an IP lawyer. Marveline.
Oh,
Yes.
wow. This is your Marvel.
So yeah, she specializes in IP, which is very convenient for me because I design a lot of things.
She's a lawyer.
She's a lawyer.
Marveline, your parents were very, very serious when they called you Marveline. Why did they call you Marveline? Do you know?
No, I'm not so sure.
Tell us about who you met. Apart from him.
Apart from him, I met Chebet. She is a researcher, an IP researcher. Yeah.
Do you know that there's something like an IP researcher? Please give a round of applause to these two wonderful people because you did for Marie already. You're an IP researcher. Oh, here. Okay, tell us again, what does that mean?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes, I am an IP researcher, IP advocate. So I left the practice side to read more about the fascinating things of IP and how they'll affect creatives and just, how the law can change. That's what it
How
is.
the law can change
Yeah.
around IP.
Yes.
So you're a lawyer by training.
Yes.
Round of applause for Chebet. Who did you talk to? Oh yeah, who did you talk to?
I talked to Maveline and also to Shamsi Music over here.
Yeah, in the house. No, tell us about him.
Oh yeah, tell me about
So he is a chatterbox by profession. And then on the side he makes music. Yeah.
That's him, man. Yeah. Shamsi, tell us. Thank you. Round of applause for us.
Morning, everybody. My name is Laka. I'm a saxophonist, and I got into this amazing space of corporate and IT under the tutelage of people like David Morethi and Roy Getahi. I participated in the Pangasana program that happened last year, and I'm just fascinated with this space. Pangasana is Panga is like arrange, Sana is like creative. Okay, so Pangasana is it's a training program about 8 months in total, where we're trying to organize or structure the creative sector with creative associations leading the charge. So instead of result of that, we created there was a Pangasana. We had 10 associations covering different creative spaces. The only ones that were not represented were fashion and I think it was just fashion. And maybe graphic designers because we had animators. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. Today I talked to Kagiri, or the gentleman in that role. Steve from Creative Garage, Kagiri, who's doing an amazing documentary project, and George, who is advocate and a lawyer in the IP space.
Okay, what does Kagiri do?
Kagiri is working on a documentary that's talking about climate. Are you a filmmaker? Maybe. Yes. Because I thought it was just like, yeah, I sell mandazis, but then I'm doing this film project. No, yeah, he's a filmmaker.
Okay. Thank you. Round of applause for that. Now, one of the things that young people like Kibwana have asked, and I met him just this week, and other young people have always asked is, what are we coming into when we come out of school? What is there in the world that we're coming into as creatives that is organized? And I think Pangasana tried to answer that question. If you look around the world, particularly in countries that are doing very well in a particular field, there is organization. You cannot neutralize, or you cannot subdue your field if you do not organize. You cannot move forward in your field if you do not organize. If you look at, let's look back kidogo. During Moi's days, Moi era, the president Moi, and he had completely removed something called the opposition. Do you remember? I don't know if some of you might not know that, but he had removed the opposition. It was the organized bodies that were able to stand up to him, like the LSK, Law Society of Kenya. They were organized, so they were able to stand up. It was the church, because the church was much more organized than today. They were very organized, and they were able to stand and fill that gap that was required because they had subdued their space. They had owned their space. Now, Kenya is the one country where every creative wants to be the chairman of an association. How many filmmakers in here? How filmmakers, hands up? Filmmakers? Put your hand up properly. Yeah. Be proud. Be strong. Okay. Filmmakers, which association are you in? Okay, thank you, Steve. That's a good answer. Kagiri? You see, yeah, you see. His own. And you, Kibwana? None. Okay, good. And you? Kenya Film Professionals, that one, KFTPA. Okay, a big one. My bro in the corner, which one are you in? Ish, but do you say? I want to hear more. Tell us, which one is it?
Scriptwriters Association.
Oh, Scriptwriters Association from where? Domiciled where? In North America. So you're the guys on strike. These are the guys on strike. These guys, but you know what? You just got a landmark ruling, eh? You know that? I'll talk about that later on. And I am in Riverwood. Okay? Okay, you see what I'm saying? Everybody's in a different association, and we don't talk to each other. In fact, we don't like each other. Eh? It's true. We find KFTPA too hoity-toity, snows in the air, you know. And they think at River Road, we don't like those mashambani, you know what wanafanya. That's a problem because we are not organizing. Please, next generation, help us out, Pana. Tuko na shida. If you go to Nigeria, there's one producers guild. There's one writers guild. They're all organized. They're organized, and that's why they're so far ahead of us. And that's why that guy is so clever. He realized, yeah, hapa Kenya kuna confusion. Wapu niende North America. And you see, North America, all the scriptwriters said, we are not writing any more scripts. Do you know they're knocking on doors even here for us to write stories for Hollywood? Because they were serious. They said, we are not writing. And you know the problem, and I think you can tell us a little more about it. The problem was that AI was starting to take over their jobs. And there's a landmark ruling, which I'll talk about a little later on, where a US judge just this week ruled that AI cannot be copyrighted material. It cannot be, because it cannot be. AI works. Yes, AI works. Okay, AI works. Hey, the lawyer. Why? I am sorry, Madam Melissa, professor. We're killing the house. Okay, guys, I think you've done pretty well. I'm not going to wait any much longer. I think we should start. Madam, are we going to start? Yeah, I'm going to start. Yeah, I think we've done well. We could start with a prayer, and then we've got many singers in the room. We have to sing the national prayer as well. Sinjo, yeah? How many of you know the East African anthem as well? Hey, you know it, the words. You know the words? Come here, Marjorie. Come. Or you'll help me sing it. Can you remember the words? Okay, good. Do you have it, by the way, mister? Do you have it? Are you online? Get it online. Yeah, get it online. So let's save her so that she can relax, but she knows the words. Please, guys, learn the East Africa anthem, because Kenya is too small for you. Tell somebody, Kenya is too small for me. It's too small. Do you know why it's too small? Do you know why it's too small? Because we only have 50 million people in Kenya. It might look like a lot, but it pales miserably when you're looking at 200 million people. You get what I'm saying? Can you imagine if your product, your music, can be consumed across 200 million people as opposed to 50 million people? 4 times. You need to start thinking East Africa, guys. And then also, Kenya, every 5 years, we have something that we like doing, you know. Every 5 years, there's something we like doing, and it affects all our businesses. We stop earning. You can't do, unless of course your my name Avatar or Marco, what's his name? He makes money on every email, every election. You get that? He makes money on every election. So every 5 years, we have a problem that affects us. Events have problems. You can't do your fashion. So if you're across East Africa, you can just move to Rwanda and do your business there, or to Tanzania. Other countries will support you when you're doing what you're doing here. And guys, it is coming now. It is coming. East Africa is now. Start thinking that way. The presidents are talking about it. Let us pray. Am I talking too much? I'm trying to buy time for Isigei Bana. Am I talking too much? Okay, we need to pray. Okay, so. All right, guys. So as soon as do we have the Kenya national anthem as well? Kenya national we shall do ourselves. We know the Kenya national anthem, and then we shall do the East Africa one. So please let us be upstanding. Let us invite the presence of God in this meeting. We are God-fearing people, and we must do that. And then immediately after that, we shall proceed with what we need to proceed with. Heavenly Father, we thank you and bless you for this morning that you've brought us here, creatives from different fields. We are here to learn. We're here to share experiences. We're here to network. We're here to move this conversation forward, and also to move our creative sector, our creative industry forward with what we do. Little steps, big steps. Lord, we ask that you would be with us this morning till the end of the day, that we would open up our minds, that we would interact, and that this would be a very fruitful event and very fruitful meeting, and we shall see the fruit thereof after this. We thank you for GIZ and for KECOBO for calling this meeting, and we pray that it will spread to the rest of Kenya and the rest of East Africa, and even Africa. We give you glory and praise this morning through Christ the Lord, we pray. Amen. Okay, national anthem, Kenya national anthem. E Mungu, 1, 2, go. E Mungu. ulete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Do you want the other one? Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda, na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. East Africa.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. You will be seated. So now that is something you need to go onto YouTube and learn at least the first stanza, so that when you go to TZ you can teach them kidogo, you know. Yeah, na Kiswahili chako kidogo. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to start. Yes, I'll just start because I presume that we are timekeepers, and we are. Today we want to thank GIZ, pretty much, particularly under the program that deals with music industry, or women business in music industry, or, you know, think about that. That's a tongue twister, and it means many things. It can mean many things. Anyway, you'll figure it out. We'll have our thing. Sharon Wata and Faith Omondi will be taking us through the IP information for musicians and creatives. Then we'll have Lisa Odor, Noah, and Wairimo Sisian, who will be taking us through the business of women in the music industry. Then we have monetizing IP, making money from the land that is in your mind. Leveraging intellectual property for business growth and financing. And we have Moriasi, who will be coming in. And I think I've not seen Moriasi yet, but I've seen Roy Gitahi, who will also be part of that. And then we shall be talking national and county government job and training platforms and what they are doing in terms of policies and funds that support music and digital creative industries. So it's not just Nairobi-centric, it's also looking at the counties. We're hoping to have Ken Ambani to come and join us here, and Mutua Mulonzia, both from different counties, Coast and Makueni. So the purpose of this exchange is to, this forum is to exchange in discussion about topics related to music and digital creative industries, including accessibility of intellectual property information for individuals in these fields. So therefore, we're going to delve in ways that even particularly women in the industry have successfully operated as businesses. And we hope that as we're talking about the women, the men are going to benefit. Of course they will. The challenges that they have faced and strategies of overcoming these challenges. The forum will also explore how creatives can harness the power of intellectual property to foster growth in the enterprises. Intellectual property is the new real estate. It's a real estate. It is real. It's tangible. You can make money out of it. We're engaging conversations both with county and national government and government officials who are here, and we're really looking forward. We do have a keynote address from Professor Melissa, and we shall be inviting her a little later on. But right now, it is my privilege and pleasure as your host today to invite our other, as your moderator today, to invite our host, none other than the executive director for the Kenya Copyright Board, known as KECOBO. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Edward Sige. As usual, politicians have to shake people's hands before they...
Who let who brought this fella? One of my enemies from past life. But anyway, jokes aside, I think good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure this morning to be here with you, ladies and gentlemen, and to just discuss this issue about intellectual property, making money, creating the line between money and intellectual property, which has been so difficult for many of us to grasp. I am a farmer, and usually my thinking is influenced by farming, where if I want to give an example, I give an example of a farm. If you have a farm, the farm will give you nothing if you do nothing on it. You need to fence it. And the fence, for the purpose of creative business, is copyright. And also, you can put troppers on it. That could be trademark. And then you have to till it. You have to till it, you plow it, till it twice or thrice, harrow it, select a seed fitting the season and the place. Then you have to take care of that weeds and pests do not eat your property or your investment in the farm. That is asserting intellectual property that you own, or really trying to retain the fence. It's about asserting your intellectual property in this side of creative sector. And then finally, once you are done with that, you have to already look for a market for your produce before you harvest. And when you harvest, you have also to keep it secure in the store. But in this sector, I keep wondering if we do that and how well we do that, which I've stated is normal for the farmer. And in that, all that what the farmer is doing, he does for himself. The farmer finds out the information he requires for the farm, for his farming business to thrive. The farmer goes to his pocket and spends money on doing the things that I said he should. At the end of it all, he gets the money. And sometimes the counties ask for cess. And the national government also finds a way of getting a share of your money. In essence, you're running an enterprise. I'm asking the question about whether in creative sector, we consider what we do as a hobby or a business, because a lot of, from observations that I've seen a lot in this area for many years. My observation indicates that we do not. But still we do expect income from this that we do not try to invest in. I'm sorry I'm late, but I was writing something. Yeah. And being an old person, sometimes we forget about time. But I have some few comments that I want us to really um, consider as we have this discussion today. The topic or the theme for this event is about music, but everything that we say applies to anything in the copyright sector. So where we say music, you can put photograph, you can put your film on. And so in Kenya, we do hear a lot about music industry. And what is the impression that we get from that term music or industry? We get the impression that is big, organized, we measure, we are efficient, we are consistent in how we produce our goods and services. But are we? Are we organized? Look at the farming sector again, going back to coffee. The coffee farmers will tell you that we produced this amount of coffee bean. We spent this much on input. We got this income. In the music industry, can you tell me that? And as I mentioned in my remarks, in business or farming, the end game is to make money or profit. And I guess in the music industry and the creative sector, the end game is the same, isn't it? To make money or profit. It is advisable that one should invest in a business they are conversant with. And this I will bring, it will come out at the end of my, at the conclusion, about being conversant with the business you do or you invest in. You are investors. You may be a micro investor, but you're still an investor. But you must understand that your investment, the sector which you are investing in, for you to make money in it, the profit usually made here is usually commensurate to the investment that you make. For a business venture to succeed, one must continually keep an eye on the customer needs and provide quality services or goods. For that to happen, one must manage either alone or with the assistance of personnel that they employ in the management of the business. How do we run the music or the creative economy? You run it mostly alone. We recently had a survey done, and we found that most of the business are sole proprietorship. Secondly, they are not incorporated in any way or form. So ni sige enterprises tu na bank account inasoma nani Edward Sige. Yes, and therein lies our first problem in this sector, that we are not mainstreamed or incorporated in a way that therefore somebody can invest their money either through bank or any other medium. And the survey also told us that men dominate this sector. So it's very apt that in this session today, we are talking about women in this sector, because we found that they constitute less than 30% of the owners of this sector. But fortunately, the survey also told us that the new skills and the new areas of making money in the creative sector favors women and the skills they have. I found in the survey that there are new areas like nail stylist and things like that, nail art, things like that, tattoo and saloon and fashion. These ones all favor women. And the survey, we wanted to find out how government can intervene or to support the sector in terms of the skills needed to run a creative sector business. And we found that while talent and other skills are readily available in Kenya, the sector suffers from a number of challenges. Of course, we found that there were complaints about high licensing fees, hefty tax on equipment. Most of you use specialized equipment for the purposes of your business. Poor royalty management, very low enforcement of local content quota. Found that where you have access to credit, there are higher interest rates. Found complaints about piracy in film classification fees and the absence of relevant policies by government. And they also found that there is a notion that registering a business is still a tedious process. And I want to urge you to everyone who has an eCitizen account to visit business registration services part. And if you want to register a business name, you want to register a company limited, you do it from the comfort of your home. So so people thought it was hard, but it isn't. I wanted to disabuse this notion first as we move. Some people say that we don't have any IP policy, and there is a high cost of business permits, cost of shooting films, no policy or direction on IP. We found that those were the complaints, and we found that the following skills were generally lacking or limited. That means while many of you are running these businesses, you have not undertaken any specialized training on management of creative business. You do not know how to develop a business. You do not understand the value of your IP assets. Majority of the people there were, though they were on social media, felt that their skills in computer literacy were very low. They generally mentioned branding and marketing challenge, or a lack of skills to do that as a micro enterprise. In most cases, while somebody may be a producer of a film, they may be lacking on the other skills that are necessary for running that business. Let's say in film, just giving an example. If it's film editing, in music, you'll find somebody doesn't know how to play instruments or voice or do a voice training. Many of you, of the people who responded to the survey, said they didn't know anything about taxes exposure, so they don't know whether they are on penalty, they owe money, they ought to declare zero. And of course, the question about conducting business online arose. So the chances of a success of a shop at the corner selling CD is now closer to zero. That means you need to look for an alternative business models. Accounts and financial literacy. Many of you keep money at the safe here. You just sell the goods, and then the child comes and they ask for some money for fare or pocket money, and you give it from the shop. So nobody can really follow you. And then, of course, copyright. Very few people know copyright, and then which is difficult and something that we are presently addressing. And of course, managing social media. We noted a number of people gave us useful information on how to deal with these matters, which is how to recognize talents and skills to obtain certifications. And they proposed short courses for training, tax reduction of waivers, consultations with the business players and experts, loans, funds, sponsorships, and of course, it's about access to financing and access to credit, regulation of CMOs, strict laws on copyright, free permits, reduction of KFCB fees, ready-to-use materials for templates that they on documents they may need to use. A greater attention to be paid to visual artists, better enforcement of copyright, tax training, reduction of license rates, and reduction of production costs, streamlined distribution of royalty, and finally, government to create a sustainable market for goods. What we found from the survey is that creative enterprises in Kenya are surviving mainly on guesswork, luck, courage, and the grit of brave artists. And worse, without proper business registration, which we have noted before, professional skills and management, the incomes accruing to this sector is hard to know. On the part of government, we are acutely aware of the shortcomings, and the Ministry of Youth, Arts and Sports is working on enhancing resources from the Youth Enterprise Fund, ASLA Fund, under the framework of Talanta Hela. Many of you may not be aware of the Talanta Hela, but I think it's one of the areas that I would like you to find time to research on, so that you can find out. Is practical, is really a platform for display of talent, whichever talent you have. Therefore, while there is need for high government investment in this sector, each entrepreneur must begin to understand basics in this line of business, as this ideally is a private enterprise. Creative sector enterprise is a private sector enterprise. To do this to have this information, one must be curious and take time to read and access training or information on the sector. So it's about building capacity, being aware of what is happening, the trends, the threats, being ready to mitigate. So KECOBO understands that that information may not be easily available or easy to understand. Even me, when I sometimes read the the judgments that we do receive in the area of copyright, I take time to have to reread, because it's in a archaic language. So while most of our material has been reduced into a softer language, we do understand that you may still find it difficult to understand, because they're specialized language. And therefore, the reason behind understanding that it's not easily available and or easily understood gave birth to this idea of the KECOBO GIZ project. KECOBO, even as we speak, has a vibrant social media pages and a rich website, which I really want to urge you to try and explore. There are a lot of videos on our previous trainings on specialized subjects, and a material you can download and use, and or it can be basis for further inquiry with KECOBO. And KECOBO will continue to develop material that meets the needs of the sector as per its statutory mandate, focusing on intellectual property protection for the creative sector. So there are many areas which are interlinked and related to KECOBO, like tax and related, which we may organize training for you in conjunction with KRA, but we may not be able to really go deep into it or sustain a conversation around. And I wish to thank GIZ for the collaboration we have had, and you will see the rich output that the collaboration has brought to us. I've been able to look through or listen through and watch some of these videos, and it talks about the issue in a targeted way. 2-3 minutes done, very rich. Every second is adds value to your life as an artist. It really answers your question. And with that, I thank also some of the people who are part of the development process, like my friend somewhere there, a named friend, Mureithi. Huyu kijana alikuwa anaongoza hiyo maneno. So if there is any issue, yeah, I want you to be harsh in critiquing those videos, because if you don't critique it, we will not get value, because we are just going to do final editing and we'll release them. And it's about learning. KECOBO is always about learning. And Murithi is a good learner, David. So we welcome you to sample and critique the material displayed and share your views so that you enable us to further develop this material. Thank you very much. I wish you a very good interaction. And I'm sorry, Chairman, for looking like I insulted you before, but you know you are my friend.
We are used to you. We're used to you. But don't go yet. Don't go yet. There's something you said here that I would like to ask you. You talked about government forming sustainable market. Is that the government's job?
Partially, yes. You know, government has to provide an environment and to support the sector. And while the players have to initiate the push, the government policy can sometimes assist in having a sustainable framework. So government cannot stand aside, put its hands to our person, and then claim a profit from us. You know,
taxes.
Taxes. This sector is part of the grey economy. Many of us don't pay taxes because we are not registered. So we need to really be part of the economy. If you go to the bank, they will ask you now, well, are you registered as a company? No. So do you have a bank account? Probably yes. Then they assess you for a loan, and because all your money is going on M-Pesa or something, it's very hard for you sometimes to get credit. Even as who run enterprises aside from employment, you go to a bank and they want your pay slip. They don't want they don't want your
M-Pesa.
they don't
balance.
want your other incomes. They want
something
pay slip. So you can imagine. I imagine the discomfort you face when you go to a bank. So we have to create that, and I'm happy my friend Roy is here. Very passionate about this. You know, bringing creative sector.
Oh, Maliza.
Yeah, Linda, throw this fellow out.
I'm the chairman.
Oh.
Mean the chairman.
Oh, Pole. Now, you know, it's very important that we bring all your money in a place where it can enable you to access money, because you don't always have money that you can invest. You have to borrow. So you have to find a way of enabling you. So that's why government comes in. Yeah, a policy decision tweak there and there will help.
But we need to be organized, basically.
Very much.
Okay.
You mentioned about industry being organized,
Mm.
consistent, persistent,
Mm.
having information on what's happening, being sensitive. All of you are, you read newspapers or. but
Hopefully, no, we don't need read newspapers. We don't
yeah,
read
you
news.
need to start now. No, so you find KM, KEPSA, KM. You find every time government policy is released, they release a statement. Where is your statement from the creative sector saying that you are being hurt by certain things?
Yeah.
Because the government tries to understand the pulse of the industry through interactions with the KM and KEPSA. Who represents you at the table as a creatives? Those are the questions. Hopefully, we'll be able to answer them.
Those are very good questions. A round of applause. That's a much better job. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the analogy on the farm. Because the farm, those of you who know something about agriculture, the farm will not yield if you do not work. Do you understand? Your farm, right now, creatives sitting here, your farm is your art, is your creativeness. That's your farm. If you do not fence it, copyright, if you do not bring the troopers in and have your IP, intellectual property, guarded, and then if you do not till it and nurture it and work on it and grow it, you will not benefit from it. You will not reap from it. So the first step is to realize that intellectual property is real property. Guard it with your life. It is yours, God-given to you. It is yours. It's the one property that you can never say that, I was not given. You are given. That is why you're a creative. You have it. It is, so make sure you have a title for it, copyright it. Make sure that you go to, you told us about trademarking, if it is something that you've created. Marjorie, you told us you do creative stuff with your hands. Trademark those things so that it's your patent, it is your design. That way you can monetize it. If you want to dominate, you must organize. You must organize. I see you, karibu sana. You must organize. Peter Kawa, how long have you been trying to organize in the film industry? How long have you been trying? More than 10 years. Yeah, we've not managed. We need a Kagame there to come and tell us mufanya ama mukufe. Anyway, all right. So thank you guys. Round of applause once again for Bonasige for that really exhilarating talk. And you've highlighted that Devi has done some work. We shall be looking at some of that work. I would like, of course, to ask that are we having the minister first or the keynote first? Keynote, okay, so. So I'd like to, we're going to go to the keynote, but we shall also have some comments from people who have done work on the sides. Davey will give be ready, 1 or 2 comments, not long. Yeah, I know you can be short, just some comments. And the lady smiling next to you, I think I will want you to say something as well. This is your brainchild, eh? Yeah, so. That lady sitting there, I will introduce her nicely at the time. I wanted to quickly talk about the Hollywood Studios pause, just very quickly, because I went online and got this information so that I am correct. It says a federal judge on Friday upheld, last Friday, a finding from the US Copyright Office that a piece of art created by AI is not open to protection. You should be saying hallelujah at this point in time, guys. Voice-over artists, designers, graphic designers, all you people, should be saying hallelujah because this is going to go across. It's a what is the word? It is going to set a precedent for the yes. Thank you. You understand? All right. If you want the article, we shall put it up there. The link, we can put it up there, and you can have a read of all the details there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege and pleasure to invite a lady who is going to be talking to us about IP, particularly in the creative sector. She knows a thing or two about IP. She is an intellectual property expert with research focus on the development and negotiations of IP provisions in the international trade agreements by and with the Global South. Global South ni sisi, okay? She's a cum laude graduate with practical legal experience, both in academia and in practice. She holds a doctorate in law, focusing on intellectual property and trade law, and her range of expertise also includes the legal frameworks within the sphere of artificial intelligence. Read here, AI, data protection, and digital rights. My goodness, there's a lot happening there. She also focuses her energies in mentoring and nurturing researchers as part of the role as a director at the Center of Intellectual Property and Information Technology, CIPIT, where she leads projects in IP and data protection. She is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and she also co-hosts the Friendly Troll podcast, where she disseminates research in a wider audience in the Global South in an accessible language, which I believe is Kiswahili. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome the director from CIPIT, Dr. Melissa Owino. Omino! Oh my God. I apologize. Omino and Owino are two different. I apologize. This is Omino. Yes, karibu. Round of applause one more time.
Good morning, everyone. This is an interesting convening, especially for me, who's an accidental academic, but also mostly a legal professional. It's really interesting to be in a space where we have all these creatives and you can feel the vibes in the room. Very good vibes. So it's an honor to be here, and I'd like to thank for this opportunity the Kenya Copyright Board, Heshimiwa Mr. Edward Sige, and Mrs. Sharon Wata for inviting me together with GIZ, or is it Z? That one. Especially Ms. Linda Musita for inviting me here today to give this keynote speech, though I feel I have been scooped. And I don't have to interpret that here. Mostly in the circles that I am in, when I'm giving a speech, I'm the creative person. But here I am, and I'm the least creative in the room. So at CIPIT, we undertook a little exercise or a workshop where we had to learn how to tell stories. We are still learning how to tell stories. And I think it would really have been great if all CIPITers were here today to see how stories are told. But I'm going to attempt to tell you a story as part of my keynote. And no, that's not the hook. The hook is coming. Picture a world where melodies and stories were silenced, where vibrant visual narratives were confined to the shadows. This very scenario underscores the monumental significance of copyright in our creative landscapes. As we delve into the topic that has been stated and restated here this morning of the economic value of copyright in music and the dynamic digital creative industry, I want us to keep that scenario in mind. Now, defining copyright works is becoming a hectic business. With the dynamic digital technologies flourishing, we are confronted with a reality where AI, well, I was scooped again, thanks Moneki, is blurring several lines in who can be defined as an author and subsequently, what can be defined as a copyright work? We spend a lot of time at CIPIT pondering this question. What grounds us, though, is that the human touch behind these algorithms is increasingly creative and innovative. We are at the cusp of a timeline where being a scientist or even a developer is also being a copyright owner and therefore a creative. This timeline, which considers one, to be good at what is traditionally the STEM areas, right? Science, technology, mathematics, requires the magic of the creative touch. How many of you have really interrogated an AI-generated image? Sometimes it lacks that it factor. It looks a little bit off. Or have you heard of AI-generated lyrics or sounds? Doesn't sound much like the data set it's built on, right? Musicians in other jurisdictions have mentioned this recently and have been up in arms about AI. That's one scenario. Why are people from the science and tech industry encroaching the creative industry? Obviously, they're good in mathematics. There must be a value attached to that. Copyright is the foundation upon which Kenyan creativity thrives. It's the guardian of originality. It grants creators the power to safeguard their works and fuel innovation by ensuring their rightful recognition and reward. In Africa, a continent brimming with rich cultures and stories, copyright is more than just a legal concept. It's a bridge that connects creators to their heritage, allowing them to carry forward their traditions into the modern world. The music industry in Kenya encapsulates the essence of copyright's economic impact. From traditional rhythms to modern fusions, copyright empowers musicians to monetize their creations, fostering growth and diversity. In recent years, genres like Afro beats and gengetone, Subaruya, thank you. They have gained popularity in Kenya. These genres not only contributed to the diversity of the music scene, but also attracted global attention. Live performances, concerts, and events with these genres at the center have been a significant revenue source for musicians in Kenya, while in the country or touring abroad. Sauti Sol, anyone? The country has a vibrant live music scene with artists performing in various venues and festivals. If artists grasp the intricacies of copyright, they can wield this into true economic freedom. We are here today to ground that discussion that allows you, as the artists and the creatives, to champion these rights and wield your economic power effectively. With the rise of digital platforms and streaming services, the music industry in Kenya is seeing a shift from traditional physical sales, you can no longer sell the CD at the shop, we've just heard, to digital distribution. The transformation is allowing artists to reach wider audiences, both domestically and internationally. Projected revenue in the digital music market is expected to reach $20.8 million US in 2023 alone. I saw Maniki look up when I said that. The industry is definitely embracing opportunities that technology offers. Among the dynamic segments, streaming obviously takes the lead. This signifies the shift in consumer behavior towards convenient and on-demand music consumption. Copyright agreements enable artists to reap the benefits of the digital age, contributing to both their livelihoods and the country's economy. Despite the growth, the Kenyan music industry faces challenges such as piracy, copyright infringement, and issues related to royalties and fair compensation for artists. And as I've just heard this morning, a lack of understanding of business frameworks, a lack of understanding of community while building a business. These challenges impact the industry's ability to fully capitalize on its potential. The digital landscape will further exacerbate these challenges. The enforcement of copyright becomes essential to protect creators' rights and to preserve the value of artistic ingenuity. While Kenya's digital music market is growing impressively, it's important to note that in the global comparison, it is but a drop in the ocean. A substantial portion of revenue will still be generated in the United States, with a projected revenue of thousands of millions of US dollars in 2023 alone. That exact figure is 12,000 million US dollars in the digital music landscape. Please, I was trying to be, dramatic. In the realm of literature, which is also covered by copyright, Kenya's narrative flourishes in the form of ebooks, online journals, and digital storytelling influencers on YouTube. What are they? Aren't they storytellers? Podcasts. What are those? Stories. Stories by storytellers. Copyright still has a role to play there in preserving and sharing these diverse voices. Therefore, what must we do in considering the meeting of digital technology and the creative arts? Copyright needs to step into the gap to find focus for extracting these economic rights. But we have to also find a balance. And if you know me, you know I'm going to talk about balance. A balance between monetizing and ensuring that the public domain is remaining as a rich source. That's where fair use comes in. That's when transformative works come in as well. And the appropriate use of digital rights management. These are critical for Africa's digital creative future. In closing, the economic value of copyright in Kenya's music and the dynamic digital creative industry is a symphony of cultural preservation, artistic enrichment, and economic empowerment. As advocates of creativity, let us champion the transformative potential of copyright across Kenya. Let us empower creators within the digital creative industry to dream, innovate, and contribute to the economic tapestry, not only of Kenya, but of our continent. 50 million versus 200 million. Let us envision a future where artists thrive, where culture resonates, and where copyright within the digital creative industry remains a beacon of prosperity for generations to come. I want to invite you to reflect on how the projected revenue and growth of Kenya's digital music industry aligns with your own experience and aspirations within the creative landscape. In a world where innovation and tradition come together, copyright is the guardian, you are the enabler, and the law is the custodian. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to your presence today and your commitment. Now, this is my ask, right? At the story, there has to be an ask at the end, yeah? Your commitment in advancing the creative spirit of Kenya through the digital landscape. Together, we can celebrate, we can protect, and we can amplify the melodies of our country's soul. Thank you.
Very well done. Just leave it there, yeah. I'm sure you have questions for her, yeah? We'll put on the panel. We'll put on the panel? Yeah, we'll put you on the panel. Imagine you'll be on the panel. Round of applause once again for Miss Omino. Doctor. My goodness me. Your speech was melodious, wasn't it? Can you imagine a world without melody? Can you imagine a world without music? Can you imagine? Can you imagine a world without a poem, without art, without craft? Can you imagine that? What kind of world would that be? Someone said North Korea. Well, boss, you've been to North Korea. You've been? No, it's unimaginable. And she called us enablers, us the creative industry. We are the enablers. We are enabling this whole growth process. So you've got a role to play, each and every one of us. Build your business. And then I would like to ask you a question. We shall find the answers after tea. The question is, what is your vision for your business? For your creative art? What is your vision? What do you see? What do you want? What is it that you want? Okay, so people sometimes use big languages like vision and everything. What do you want? Unataka nini? When you look at yourself in another 10 years, what do you want? Huh? Let me tell you one of the most focused people I've seen, and I've seen her grow from when she was a little girl. Aziad. Aziad. Me, I saw Aziad when she was everybody. In fact, she was having a war with Dr. What's his name? Alfred Mutua, who was saying that he's just shaking her knee. And she was very focused. Look at her now. Who's laughing now? He's not laughing. She's the one who's laughing. Focused. But you know what she did? She made that craft a business. And her manager is here. Her manager is sitting right there. The guy there over there, Peter Kawa, over there. Please stand and so and wave at everybody. That's Peter Kawa! Yeah. He's a great actor. We've seen him in many movies. In fact, he's normally a good cop or a bad robber. A good cop or a bad robber. Or a bad person. But he's also a good cop sometimes. Welcome, Peter Kawa. She put her thoughts into a business. This guy goes and he gets deals with Bic. He gets deals with, what were the other ones? Stay Soft, I can't remember what it was. And now she earns, apart from the 2M she's getting. Is it 2M? By the way, no, it's a bit less than that. Okay. But yes, apart from the money she's getting from TikTok and from IG, not IG, what's the other one? Yeah? TikTok mainly. Yeah, on TikTok. Apart from that money she's getting on TikTok, she has got something else she's doing. And then she's a day job. She's a radio presenter as well. See what I'm saying? It's a business. What do you, why unataka nini? So unataka kuishi Runda? How you think that what you're doing cannot take you to Runda? Boss, see what you do can take you to Runda. See, can take you to Runda. In fact, where's Marosi? Marosi should be here. Marosi can tell us about Nini, our brothers called Sauti Sol. Where do they stay? Unajua pani? See, pale umetoka na pale wako. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it now is my privilege and pleasure to invite onto the stage our panelists, and I would like to invite, please, Dr. Ari, please join us on this, because the questions that I'm sure are going to be coming out from guys here will be fast and furious. First and foremost, I'd like to invite, she's my boss, because she's the one who calls the shots as far as this event is concerned. She's the Deputy Director, Training and Research at KECOBO. Please put your hands together for Miss Sharon Wata. Karibu, karibu, karibu. Yeah, come around. You want, the steps are here somehow. They put the steps here. So I have to step back for you to step forward. Now, you give me that other camera. Okay. Also onto the stage, I'd like to invite another learned friend. Oh, by the way, she's a learned friend. She's a lawyer. She started, in fact, as a legal counsel at KECOBO, then she moved to a higher calling of training and research. Ladies and gentlemen, the chief legal counsel at the Kenya Copyright Board, a really great lady who I've worked with. Put your hands together for Faith Amatika. You can jump here if you want, but that's the way to go. Last but not least, our keynote speaker. You'll answer from there? You'll answer from there? You'll answer from there? Okay, so okay, she'll answer from there. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask the first question. Is it yours, Ms. Amatika? I think it will be you.
Is available in many places. It depends on what you are looking for. But for now, I want to focus on the Kenya Copyright Board as an office, and where you can find information that you need on IP or on copyright to
First
be
of
specific.
all, where are the offices of KECOBO?
Yes, I'm coming to that.
Oh, sorry,
yes,
I'm
yes.
jumping the gun.
Of course, the information can be found at the office, and we are found at the NHIF building on 5th floor. This is at just opposite the National Library in community area in Upper Hill. So it's not far from here. If you've never been there, you could even just take a walk and you will find yourself there. So we are there on 5th floor, and we have an open door policy anytime during office hours. You can pop in, you can talk to us, you can talk to any legal officer or even any other staff who can assist you on any question you may have about IP or about any question about your creative stuff and whatever it is that you need. So that is one of the places you can find information. And then, of course, that is the physical office. We also have a website, www.copyright.go.ke. We also have
copyright.go.ke.
.go.ke.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
We also are on social media. We are on Facebook. We have a YouTube channel. We are on Instagram, I'm told. We are on LinkedIn. We are on Twitter. All those social media pages, you can follow us. You can find our information there.
Actually,
yeah, so
the article I told you about the US ruling, I actually got it from your tweet yesterday. You're the guys who tweeted, and I thought, oh, wow, how timely for this particular
yeah, we are always very, very quick on social media, by the way. We are.
Tell Cyrus he's doing a good job.
Yes, yes. Cyrus and his team, they are seated there. They are doing very well,
well
yes.
done.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Faith. I think you've covered it pretty much, what KECOBO and how you can get some information there. But what is the most crucial information that you think people us creative guys, what is the most crucial information? Maybe Sharon, you can start talking about that. What do you think the most crucial information we need to have to be what Bonasigai told us to be organized, to be business ready?
I think I'll start from the background. He told you that I moved to the training department. So I've been doing a lot of that and meeting a lot of creatives. And what I see is that most of them don't even know what they have in terms of value. So it's like having that farm you were told about or that car, but you really don't know. Or maybe it's like having a Pro Box and a V8 and you think you have a Pro Box, but maybe you have a V8, you know? So I feel like creatives need to start at knowing what they have. Maybe do an IP audit. Roy, what do you have?
What is an IP audit? You know, I'm saying IP audit.
Audit your intellectual property. What do I have? Do I have copyright? Do I have trademark? Do I have patent? What do I have? So you need to start there. The next important thing you need to do is protect. That's the other thing most creatives are not doing. I've been in trainings where you ask, how many have registered for their copyright? And it's next to no one. And you see like 100 people in the room who have copyright, yeah, but they have never registered. So then there's the issue of protection. So a lot of creatives need to know how to protect. With KECOBO, we register copyright only. With patent and trademark, you need to do it at KIPI, the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. And it's now online. So if you go to KECOBO website, you can access the registration portal, which is the National Rights Registry, nrr.copyright.go.ke, and you register even from your phone. So creatives need to know how to register. The other thing
Is it still free? Is it still free?
It's not free. It's 100 bob.
It's 100 bob, okay.
Yeah, for most of it, but software is 500, I think. Yes. The other thing I see is creatives need to know how to also legally access other people's works. Yeah. So a lot of creatives are the infringers. They infringe, but their work is also infringed upon. One of the things musicians, for example, by the way, how many musicians do we have here? Don't lynch me at tea, eh? Don't lynch me at tea. But one of the things I see musicians do a lot is, this is not my work, and you think that's acknowledgement, you know, and you put somebody else's work. Or you do a nice thing, then you put there and say, cover song, and you think you have permission. So a lot of creatives also don't ask for the permission. And it's so easy to ask for permission. And you end up being an infringer, creating your works but infringing on other people's works, yeah? So that's the other thing, information I think creatives need to know. How do I legally access work without infringing? How do I create my own work without infringing? So on the top of my head, those are the three most important things, I think.
Do guys understand what infringing is?
Well, infringing basically is stealing.
No, the lawyers are shaking. What about the artists? Do you understand what infringing means? For instance, you have a beat, you hear a beat, you hear, you remind me your name? Wow. You hear Wire, you hear Mr. Wire's beat, and T, the artist, decides, I like that beat. I'll use the beat, and then I'll put my own words. You get? So you actually, if you play it, you have infringed on his rights because the beat was his. Sindio? But then there's something called sampling. Now, when you do sampling, is that an infringement when you sample, Madam Lawyer? No. Okay, but do you need to pay for the sampling, for the sample? You have to seek authority. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's like getting into someone's farm and you start deciding you're going to, chota water over here in his farm. You know what I'm saying? So that's infringement, eh? And it's real property. I told you, IP is real property. Think of it that way. Sorry, madam. I just want to. I want to make sure guys understand this thing because you're madam of training. So we have to make sure we have trained these guys.
Yeah, the other thing, Mr. Moniki or Mageria, whatever.
All those.
Yeah, we were told, as creatives, let me count myself in that in that group. We are the enabler, yeah. So we enable in different ways. We enable in creating, but we also enable in stealing. Let's use simple words because infringing is stealing, basically. Yeah, infringing is stealing. Yeah, so let's use stealing. Mr. Moniki told us, don't use vision, whatever. Use simple words. Yeah, so we also enable in stealing. And I'm on some. By the way, you didn't give my profile. I'm also a creative.
I forgot. You're right. Yes.
Mr. Sigei says that my music career failed. Then I entered into law. But it didn't fail, guys. I sing in my church.
Oh, you sing well, by the way.
And I don't sing out of tune like Roy. Well. I try. So for those ones who go to church, forget Mr. Maniki. The ones who go to church, you've heard the song. Okay, David, don't protest. there's a song that was from Nigeria. Nara, nara, narekele. So soon it was on. Hey, you know it.
I do.
It was in Kiswahili. And then there was a Kikuyu version.
Uh-huh.
And the first thing I asked myself, but then there needs to be a Maragoli version. There is. Oh, yes, there's a Maragoli version.
Watch it.
Maragolis are the sophisticated lawyers like me.
There's no way.
The first thing I always ask myself, did this person seek permission to translate? And most likely, no.
But it is the Spirit of God that is flowing
You
in
know?
different languages.
Well,
You shall
that's the
speak in
problem.
tongues.
That's the problem with the gospel space. You'll say, oh,
Yeah.
we want to spread the gospel.
Mm.
But it happens across the board, yeah? Not just the gospel space. So creatives need to know that you need permission.
You do.
Yeah, you need permission, or you need to pay for whatever you need to pay. I think that has been something I've really encountered every time I've been with creatives together. So that the idea actually that gave birth to this project, so to speak, that we are having with GIZ was that you keep meeting creatives and you keep seeing the gaps. And the gaps are quite big in terms of just the information. As simple as, where do I come to register? As simple as, why should I register? As simple as, what gives me copyright? You know, it looks like simple information, and we assume that everybody knows, but apparently people don't really have that information. And so that is how the project got birthed. And the idea is now to package that information. And then when I look across the room, I can only see a little gray hairs on a few people who are less than 5. So that means that a lot of us are the younger, yeah? And where will I find these younger people? Most of us are not reading, and most of us are not reading physical, analog. Most of us are online. I had a house girl who was 24, and one day she came and said, Mama Imani, ninaweza kutengeneza aje pesa kwa TikTok? Unajua niko na followers. I was taken aback. I'm like, wow, you're on TikTok? And she was showing me I have 100K followers. I'm like, wow.
What?
Who are these and how did you get them and what's your content?
What does she do?
I know. That's what I asked myself. I'm not on TikTok, so I was not able to see. But you're like, wow. Then I realized, oh, she's 24. That's her age group that's on TikTok. That's her age group that's online. So then we decided we're going to package this information in short form videos so that I am telling you about copyright in a short video, like 5-10 minutes. So I'm not printing a big brochure, which Roy can read, but Linda is like, hell no. You know, so I can reach people. And so that's part of how we are here today, to hold these exchange forums, but also to disseminate the information that we have packaged with the support of GIZ. I don't know why Linda put herself there and us here, but she's part of the project, yeah. And she should have been able to comment. But there's one other person in this room, Mr. Moniki. I'd love for her to make a comment because this project was conceived and birthed with her, by her. And that is none other than,
ladies and gentlemen, introducing at this
Joyce
Kanze
Nzavu. So Joyce, I'd love for you to make a comment on the project and the idea.
Good morning to you all. So this chair is very hot. It's a very hot seat. I was ambushed to sit on this hot seat. I would not call myself a creative. I would not call myself a lawyer either, because I'm neither of the two. But I'd call myself an in-betweener. An in-betweener in that I believe in the creative sector because I have studied the work of the creative sector. I have followed the research. I followed the work. I followed what was happening. And JZ gave me an opportunity to sit at a desk where I could share my thinking. I could share the thoughts I had picked from the different spaces I'd been in. And sadly, IP copyright was the one thing no one knew about, but everyone else in the world was protecting their work with. So the ideas are coming up and people are churning ideas. How do we implement a project? How do we work together with government agencies? How do we work together with KECOBO? And IP is hard. Copyright is difficult, even for myself. I research a lot of things. I read, but I'm like, how is this going to make sense in the simplest of way for people to understand how to use it, how to protect their work, how to work with it? So then, working together with a team from GIZ and a whole bunch of people to try and see who do I bring on board to work with KECOBO. Let's just call me the paper pusher. I would call myself the paper pusher because it calls upon writing to very many people, trying to bring a team on board and working together, which is something creatives also need to learn along the way. How do you get each other to work together? Because this is what happens when you work together. So then we birthed the idea of the videos to be able to say, okay, how do we put it as simply as possible to say, well, this is what copyright is, this is what IP is, this is what trademark is. Why are they different? And who falls where? So I learn as you learn. I walked the journey at the beginning, and now Linda continues to see this dream come to fruition. I am still within the creative sector, just within a different capacity, on a different desk, still trying to push the papers I keep pushing. I'm a supporter of the sector, majorly within the tech space, AR, VR. That's the space I understand most. But I believe the sector needs to work together. As she mentioned, Dr. Melissa said something about the digital space. It is easy to leverage on it. Take advantage of the opportunities you get and make your work for you. Protect it. Make it work for you. Other people do it around the world. Kenyan creatives should definitely do it. So this is me.
Thank you. Mr. Monique, I would say the last thing that I've seen creatives need to do is to look at their craft and what they create as work. I think for a long time, a lot of the creatives in Kenya, even musicians, even the long-time musicians, have recently come in contact with an old band that sing somewhere in the evening. I'll remember their name. They are old men now, and they've sung a lot of nice songs.
Leswanyika?
Yes, Leswanyika. But when you look at them, they've not made a lot from their music.
But Leswanyika were the ish. 70s, 80s, 90s. Oh my goodness.
You would think that they would make a lot, you know. We have Ruben Kigame who keeps crying on social media that
the president to be.
Yes, he has not made a lot from his music. Yeah, the younger people seem to be doing better now. So what does that mean? I feel it has grown.
There's progress.
There's progress and there's growth. But also, what pays you, the creative, is not keeping your stuff in your house, is use of it.
Absolutely.
And marketing and doing whatever. And making it look like, make it a business, you know? And I think that's the other thing creatives need to know. That's part of the information they need to have. How do I channel this song into a business? How do I channel this fashion into a business? How do I channel this into a business? I think there's a lot,
You have to
but
be
those
serious
are the few.
about it, yes.
Yeah.
Quick examples, guys. From my age, I think I have a bit of a bird's eye view. You remember Mama Kayai, Otolongo, and all those guys? They really, if you look at them, their lives, well, maybe now Mama Kayai and what's the other lady, the judge, are having a bit better time because they're being given work. But before that, they died poor. They died poor. Then Ridiculous came. Do you remember Ridiculous? KJ, Nyambane, and what was the other gentleman called? Tony. Okay? And they formed Ridiculous. And they formalized the art of creating jokes and were getting paid money. Yeah, start getting paid money. In fact, Nyambane, because he used to act the president, one time the president calls him and tells him, why are you making fun of me? He said, because I want people to understand my president better. And he was given 2 million shillings right there. So, okay, once in a while that happens, but not all the time. That's a stroke of luck. But they organized. And then later on, even bigger, Churchill and Comedy Center, called comedy what?
Laugh industry.
Laugh industry. So, and a lot of the artists now, even you look at Mamalito, all those guys have grown from there. You get what I'm saying? So you must organize, you must create business, it must become a business. Take it seriously, and you make money out of it. So you're making money out of making people laugh. Can you imagine that? Eh? What does Njugush drive nowadays? He does not drive a pickup. Yeah? TX. Prado. Jugush. Thin little Jugush. Yeah? From Real Housewives, House Helps. Real House Helps of Kawangware started there. But he has formalized it. You can do it, guys. And then we must organize. We must work together. I know right now the comedians are not working together. I'm trying to get them to come together in one group. But everybody in Kenya is suspicious of everybody else. We need to find a way of formalizing. If we organize, we shall dominate. In fact, I called it the ABCD of organizing. You will organize two ways. To be better. Organize to be better. Yes, in fact, that's the word, better. Organize to command your space. Organize to dominate the industry. Organize to evolve. And organize to flourish. That's what we need to do, guys. We need to organize. I think that's the bottom line. Madam Faith, do people come to you for legal counsel? Yeah, that's a question actually. And would legal help us to organize? Would legal be able to be a way that we can help us to organize? Is it the structure that we lack, the legal structure, the legal framework that we lack to be able to organize?
Okay. To answer your first part of the question, yes, people come for legal advice. Quite a number of people always come, and this could be in form of a physical visit or through emails or phone calls. So people do come for legal advice most of the time. And whether the legal...
And this is for free, eh?
Yeah,
This
it's
is
for free.
It's a free service.
Yeah, we offer free legal advice to anyone who comes to KECOBO. And whether this is what is needed for this organization to take place, I would say partly yes, because you see, if you don't know that you need that there are some legal elements, like you see, people usually have this wrong mentality that an idea can be protected by copyright. And so they always come and they say, I have this idea of this software. Mostly they are softwares. I have this software that I want to copyright this idea. Then they will tell me this is what it's going to do. It's going to help the mamambogas to save their money and do this. Then I tell them that's very brilliant, but an idea is nothing. It is just an idea. That's what it is. You cannot have any copyright for it. So having that knowledge, that legal knowledge that you cannot have a copyright protection for an idea is the first step. Yes, it's the first step.
These people who come and tell you, this guy stole my idea.
Yes.
What people don't realize, guys, is that God broadcasts ideas. If you have an idea in your corner, there's another guy with the same idea. It's the person who makes it into something that is copyrightable.
Something tangible.
Something tangible.
Yes, something
that owns that right.
Yes. Yeah, so that's the first step. So having that legal knowledge is very important. Knowing what it is that you can have copyright protection for and what you cannot have. And so you see, like in the Copyright Act, I don't want to start talking about this section and what it says, but basically what you need for copyright protection is you have to have spent some time, something in creating this thing of yours, this work of yours. You must have spent some effort, some time, and then it has to be now in a tangible format. It should be something that can be listened to, for instance, something that can be seen, something that can be touched, something not something in the mind. Exactly. It has to get out of your mind into some tangible format.
The word create actually answers that. You have created something, not an idea. An idea is just an idea. You create. Now, this was somebody's idea, but right now it's a creation. You get? So creations are real. Thank you very much. That is very important. Faith, go on.
Yeah. So having that basic knowledge is very important. So once you know that, like Sharon was talking about now having your copyright registered, it is not a legal requirement for copyright protection, but it is an essential step because it helps you. Now, when she was talking about doing an audit of what you have, if you have your copyright registered, then that means you know what you own. You know, I have this number of songs, I have this number of paintings, this number of songs. I've already talked about songs. Songs always come very easily. I have this number of softwares or whatever copyright work you have, books, maybe you've written books. Yeah, jewelry, you know, something you've created, some artwork, some sculptures. You know you have this number of them, and you can only know that if you have a record, like now how many copyright registrations you've done, how many certificates you have, and then so you'll be able to have that audit of your IP or of your copyright. You'll be able to know that I have this and this and this. And so, yes, that value, that whatever you have, that collection that you have. So when I'm looking at your A to F, and I'm looking about now, how can you use this to advance, to be better, to command, to dominate, to evolve, and to flourish? So there are many discussions about, you know, we're all talking here about, you said Unjugush, he's now driving a TX. How did he get there? Of course, he started from somewhere and he advanced, he got better and did all this. But it means that even if it is financially, he has gotten to a certain level where he wasn't before. And maybe he has had to maybe get some financial assistance or something like that. But how has he been able to do this? Maybe he used, he got some advance from a bank, something like, I don't know, but maybe he did that. So how would a creative be able to do this? It means that they have to be able to leverage on what they own. I know it is still not yet developed, the idea of using your software or your copyright work as collateral. We are not yet there yet, but I know these PRSs, the CSPs, let me call them content service providers, the Skizatus, the Expedias, and the others. I know they usually give some form of financial support to creatives, especially if they are using their songs in the Skiza platforms. So I know there are those forms of soft loans that these companies give. So it can only happen if you have organized your IP or your copyright in a specific way. You cannot just be there singing your song and then it's out there, it's on YouTube, it's everywhere, but then you've not done anything to, like Mr. Sigei was saying, you know, to till that land, to water your crop so that it grows and gives you some yield. So there is something you need to do, even if you have to go and get into a contract or an agreement with a content service provider. You need to know, now we come back to the legal issues again. You need to be clear on the contract. If there's something you don't understand in the contract, you need to ask so that you get clarity on that. So that even if you sign up with them, how they're going to monetize your song, you know that there is something you're going to expect, because these are also most of the complaints we always receive or questions, that I have my song with a certain CSP, but I'm not getting any money, so I want to withdraw that contract. Then you ask them, okay, so where is the contract? I don't have it. So they maybe they forgot, they lost it, or they misplaced it somewhere. So that is one of the...
Or even worse, the contract is there, but it is completely in the favor of
exactly.
the SP.
It's in favor of the CSP, and it's very much to the disadvantage of the creative. So those are some of the things that we advise people on, and it's quite a lot. So I think I'll stop there.
Faith, when we had the first forum, one of the things that June told us, June and Liz Lenjo, both lawyers, both IP lawyers, big IP lawyers in this country, they said, guys, get a lawyer as a friend, eh? Not as a friend, as a part of your business, because the lawyer, especially an IP lawyer, will understand those loopholes when you're getting into a contract. Don't just sign because we want zeros mingi. Maybe the zeros that you have are not equivalent to how many you would have made if you had moved forward. One quick one, Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was created by guys in where? In Korea. They were given a big signing by, who signed them up? Do you remember? Was it Universal, not Universal? Can I remember what it was? Okay, they were signed up to do that Game of Thrones, and they were happy. They had a few zeros. They were very happy. In the end game, after this thing had gone and become viral and was all over, and all of you were watching Game of Thrones, what is it? What do I call it? I saw Game of Thrones. No, not Game of Thrones. No, that one, the other one. What is it? Squid Game. Squid Game. That's the one I was talking about. Squid Game. If they looked at what they were paid and what the company made in hindsight, they were paupers compared to what they would have made if they had gotten a better. They lost huge time. They would have made a lot more and be able to give us more Squid Games and more things like those. So at the end of the day, your IP can give you a lot if you ring fence it, if you take care of IP, and that's why these lawyers are here. If you take care of the copyright, it can give you a lot, and then get into the right contract. Get into the right contract. Organize, organize, organize. Questions from the floor? I think we can be able to take 3 questions.
Mr.
Yeah?
Moniki, maybe we can come back with an example home.
Oh, yeah.
There's a gospel musician, Pismulu, who had signed out one of her songs to be on some platform. And she was licensing it out for 3 years. So that was the idea. But whatever she signed was actually 5 years. And then she was paid about 400,000, or was it? Yeah, maybe 400. The first 3 months, the song made 1.7 million. By the end of the 5 years, it had made almost 4 million. But she was paid 300 because initially, when she saw 300, it sounded like a lot.
Zeros mingi.
Yeah. So we come back to contracts. And KECOBO gives those services, legal services. We can look through your contract for you. We can advise you, and you don't need to pay for it. Yeah. Mr. Sige will pay for it.
And there's sample contracts as well.
Yes, we have sample contracts.
On the website.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, where you can go to the website and look at the contract if you want to use it, and pick a sample from it and use it.
But Faith is there, waiting for you with her team.
Yes.
Help
She's not
is there.
alone. We have a
She's
team
not alone.
of
She has a
5.
team. Yes,
Yeah.
that's why she's called chief. You can't be chief if you're alone. She has got a whole team. So they're here to help you guys. So as you're doing your business, if you need contracts, you need to look at the contracts that you're getting into. Talk to people who can help you. And they're here to help you. The government has provided that. Okay? Okay. Any questions? As I said, only 2 questions. We have one there already. And anybody else? Oh, there was 2 on this side. I didn't see your hand, sorry. 1 and 2. Start with the lady. Oh, who's going to give me this? Who's my helper? I was going to have a helper to take the microphone around. Okay, I'm doing it. Paul, son. I will do it. David, it's okay. You're too young. Okay, go ahead. You said your name. I don't know. Don't tell me. I've forgotten. Tell me.
Marvelin. Right. My questions are 2. I think they're both directed to Sharon. When you're reviewing the contracts, are they specifically just for copyright or all matters IP? And then when you are talking about people doing cover songs, for example, how, for example, as an artist, let's assume also I'm a manager of an artist, how do I, how do I legally assess when if somebody else does a cover of my song, for example, because we usually say the law does not act in vain. It would be very crude if I have to literally keep writing demand letters to 10,000 people who do my cover song and somebody else in Uganda and somebody else. So myself as an artist, how do I ensure, or as stakeholders, how do we ensure that these people, we do not become enablers by stealing and infringing on other people's rights as we do our own?
Thank you very much, Marvelin. There was one other question here.
Thank you. Asante, Mr. Mageri. I go by the name Shizom Kenya. I don't have a question. I have a statement. I'm so happy to be here today. Kwanza nimesafiri kutoka Nakuru asubuhi ndio nikafika hapa. Wanipigia makofi. Nashukuru. Bwana ED, I just want to thank you for the good job of organizing this event. And apart from speaking for on behalf of my own county, Nakuru County, I will just urge KECOBO to take these seminars and these workshops all over the country, because I'm a performing musician. Wasanii hawana information. and majority have fallen to be culprits of people abusing their right in terms of the IP and all that, just because they don't have this information. So I believe right now we have we have issues of the counties. We can even decide to use the 47 47 county formula. You move all over the entire 47 counties. Let all the creatives get this information. I'm telling you, the issues you're speaking here, if in fact from the first panelist, about the issue of people being organized, they will become very easy when people are having this information. Even if the government of today is to go and organize for all those policies, but people lack this information, it will be zero work, because it is not even about the policy. It's all about the implementation part of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenya. You said Kenya? Kenya? She's from Kenya. She's from Kenya. All right. Was yours very pressing? Very hard, very pressing? You okay? Oh, okay, she answered. Okay, ladies, over to you.
Okay, I will take the question that you asked on contracts, then she will take the other one on cover songs. So at KECOBO, we offer legal advice on IP generally, but mostly on copyright. So if your question is concerning maybe trademarks or anything, we'll give you general guidance, but then we will refer you to KIPI so that you may get specific directions. KIPI is the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. It's our sister organization. They are based somewhere on Waiyaki Way. So you can check up their website and get their contacts and maybe get in touch with them if it is something to do with patents, trademarks, industrial designs. But if it's copyright, we'll assist you throughout. Yeah.
I'm not sure I got your question on the issue of cover songs well, but for me, if I'm writing demand letters, you also need to know if I send a demand letter to Linda, is she able to pay? Is she able not to pay? Will I take her to court? You have to assess that. If you take her to court and she's not able to pay, it doesn't help. But what I tell creatives to start at is protection from the beginning. So if you're putting your works, say, online, you can explore using technological protection measures. So you've already put a boundary. So if someone circumvents, they've definitely gone against the law, and it's in the Copyright Act. If you circumvent a TPM, then you've gone against the law, so you can take that person to court. If you check Joyous Celebration, it's a group from the South Africa gospel. You will listen to their songs online, but you can never download. Never. You can never download their songs on YouTube. They have those measures. But everyone else in Kenya, you can download the songs. So what is different from Joyous and Sharon? They have put a TPM on their songs you can't download. But I have left mine open, meaning someone can download. So really,
Sasa TPM ni nini bana? TPM ni nini madam?
Pardon? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You're doing my job, boss. You're talking jargon. And we said it'd be simple.
Technological protection measures. I guess we have IT people here who can tell you better, but there are measures you use when you put your work online so that your work is not accessible. If it's something like a written thing, you can put a watermark. Yeah, you can put something that if I put it online, it can't be downloadable. Even if you're doing research, for example, Melissa will tell you, there are some books you can find, and then you read, say, a page, and then when you go to download, it takes you to a payment page. So that is such a technological protection measure that has been put on that book, that if you want to download this book, you must pay. So you will be reading and researching and find something exciting, and the moment you click on download, it takes you to a page where you have to put in your credit card and pay to get the book. And that's the same thing you can do with music. If you put your music on YouTube, you can put some measures, technological protection measures, that if somebody is going to download that song, it's not going to accept. Yeah, you can't download it. So I was giving you an example of Joyous. You can't download their songs. You love their songs, you have to buy their DVD, and their DVD is something like $7 or 10.
Where DVD?
The
EP.
What?
Their EP.
What is EP?
Extended play. We
no.
don't sell
Well,
DVDs anymore.
Yes, I know. I'm telling you, I'm giving you an example. Like the DVDs, I used to buy them. They would be like $10, something like that, yeah? But with other songs, like Kenyan songs, you just go and you download it. And you can be able to, yeah. So what I'm saying is that the responsibility starts with you as the owner. Because if I take my car and go park in the middle of town and leave the windows down and the key in, after 1 hour, where will I find it, Roy? In Namanga.
Not there. Not there.
Yes. Yeah, but if I lock it and somebody broke into it, I still have recourse. Yeah, but at least I tried to lock it. Yeah.
Yeah, lock your cars. Lock your property. Protect your property. Thank you, guys. Thank you for hey mazejo leo masters wameingia bwana. Nakuona. What did you want to say? You wanted to close something? No. The video for the CS. I wanted to do that as soon as we come back from tea. Yeah? We can do it now? Oh, okay, good. All right. So we do have words from the Honorable CS. He's Honorable CS for, well, they'll tell us. Culture, I think. Culture, sports, arts. Youth affairs, the arts, and sports. Culture disappeared. Okay, so this is our ministry. None other than Ababu Namwamba. Everybody knows him. Okay, please start it from the beginning, and let's watch what our CS has to say. Done. Thank you, Devi. Where's Devi? Devi has also walked away. Devi, well done. That was a very good job, and you made Sharon and Faith look so wonderful, man. Not that they don't look wonderful; they do look wonderful, but it's so easy. So, are these available on your website? They're going to be placed on the website, huh? Oh, Devi, in fact, I was supposed to talk to Devi. Round of applause for the grand old man, Mr. Devi. Grand old young man.
Sorry, I just want to say something about the video so you get you understand. What you just saw, for example, which is slightly in the long form, will be on the KECOBO YouTube channel. Part of this project that was the brainchild of KECOBO, supported by GIZ, and I have to mention Liz Lenjo and Victor Zomo and Oprah Oyugi, amongst others who are part of the project, was to make IP information, copyright information, more accessible, as was told, more hip, more consumable. So what's going to happen, and you'll be seeing it after the break and in parts, there's also shorter clips that will be put on TikTok, on IG stories, with different language as well, and all sorts of things. That's sort of the dawn of a new era of communication, as was said earlier on, just to make it more accessible to the people we're trying to reach. So I just wanted to point that out so you get an understanding of the total concept. Thank you.
Very, very well done. I think you have delivered on what you promised you would do. I think that's very, very well done. I enjoyed watching it, and it was a bit long, but it was very, very well done. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to stand between yourself and tea. A big, big welcome to Nyokabi in the house. Nyokabi, I see you looking fabulous. Miss, you have to stand. Here we stand and we wave, you know, royalty. Ladies and gentlemen, in the film industry, royalty itself. You've seen her in a lot of series. She's a great actress. In fact, was even representing us in Ghana. Was it Ghana or Nigeria? Ghana, yes, and did very well. Thank you very much for flying the flag. Guys, I told you, it's Africa now, eh? It's Africa. Yeah, no, guys. Yes, it will go global, but we must win Africa first. Yes, we must win Africa first. That we must do. We're Africans. Okay, I would like to allow a certain lady to stand up. Wadere, where are you? Wadere Karemi, where are you? Can I see Wadere? Wadere. Am I saying badly? Wandiri? You want me to say Wandiri? Please stand. Please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, this delightful lady works, oh my goodness, she does some great work at the Kenya Conservatory of Music. Oh, you moved, did you? All right, but we know you're in that area. It is time for tea. So, Mr. Sigei, would like you to be the first one to say happy birthday to her and to sing happy birthday. Happy birthday, dear Wade, re. Happy birthday, dear Wade. Happy birthday, dear Wade, re. Happy birthday, dear Wade. Happy birthday, yes. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, dear Wadere. What is your M-Pesa number? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have how many minutes of tea? 30 minutes? Okay, sorry. Okay, 15 minutes. 10, 15 minutes of tea. Enjoy yourselves. And the cake that you're eating, that is Wadere's cake. Thank you. We'll be back here in exactly 15 minutes.
Ensure that Kenya's music industry has the right music professionals. Like, for example, Ash was asking from the point of a musician trying to go and protect from different kinds of people. In developed music industries like Nigeria, South Africa, Canada, etc., you find that it's not the musician who does that. It's the music publisher or music distributor who does that.
The music distributor. Wow. Yeah. This guy has got some literally works from all over. I mean, from how many years back? My goodness. You're the one who started Pulse, isn't you? Yeah, you're the guy who started Pulse, if I remember right. My goodness, Mimo Chama. That is like a whole lifetime ago. and you still look young. Yeah, we're vampires. We still look young. You always have lyrics. You always have something to say. Well, thank you. We shall have you say something a little later on. Hold hands. I like that. So, guys, the cameramen were telling me at this side, you don't want the cameras on this side. Where is Cyrus? It's okay. We can still have people sitting on this side. We're good. That side is thinning out now. Okay. Well, whichever way it goes. All right. So, in the next session, thank you very much, Amata. That was very, very, very important to say that. So as we organize, then we start creating strata and layers that help us in the industry. When we organize, you see, if we are all together and we're saying, not all of us need to have a single agent, because maybe we can't give him enough work. But if 100 of us give 10 people the work of being our agents, and their job is just to go around looking for opportunities, and then they say, this opportunity is very good. I guess who I get? I'll get Tracy. Tracy fits this place, fits this one completely. Oh, no. This one fits Mr. Wire. No, this one is for? I know, Marjorie. Oh, hey, Marjorie. Yeah, this one is for Marjorie, And so on and so forth. Then you're giving guys work, but they're also giving you work. You get? But you have to have organized, because we can't all afford an agent ourselves, isn't it? Yeah, each of us cannot afford an agent ourselves, be nafsi. All right. So as you form your companies, as you grow your business, as you ring fence your creativity and your creative works, actually your creative works, yeah, because your creativity is still in your mind. Your creative works is what can be ring fenced and can be copyrighted. This is the kind of thing that we're talking about, and we want to now find out how this business looks like when ladies are doing it, and are there barriers for ladies? Because I remember Bonasige himself told us that he's finding it's a lot more men in this world, and yet ladies are even, I think, more creative than guys, eh? Yeah? I was waiting for the ladies to pipe in right there, and thank you very much. You did exactly that. Did you get that one? When Karen Blixen was writing, she couldn't use her own name. What is that? Okay, so to usher us into the next session, we have a video that we'd like you to look at and watch. I have my stars in the. And I'm saying this with all due respect. If you're not making money out of your creativity, it's a hobby. It's a hobby. Okay, you must be making something. Maybe you're employed and you got a salary somewhere else. But if you're creative and you're not ring-fencing your work, and you're not, someone else is, and they're making the money, No. Yeah. So we're trying to drum it into this, what do they call it? The next generation and our current generation, that we need to change our mindset on how valuable what we have is. The 5th largest economy in the world is which economy? No, I'm talking about a place. Yeah, orange economy, I agree with you, but where? A place. California. Yeah. You see, let me tell you something. California, as a state, is richer than all the other countries that are under 5. You get what I'm saying? Okay? You get what I'm saying? As a state alone, the state of California competes with other countries. Okay, it's as big as a country itself, but yeah. But you know what I'm saying? California is big for 2 things: entertainment and IT. Silicon Valley. You get what I'm saying? That is where the economy is. That's the new economy, guys. Watch out, kupigana mashamba. Mashamba, achana na mashamba, my friends. The new shamba is in your mind, is what you make with your hands. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are some ladies who have turned that concept on its head and are doing biashara and business. And I'd like to invite them at this point. Where did I put my tables now? Oh, it's over there. Yes. And I'd like to invite them at this time to come on the stage. I will give them a rousing, and you give them a rousing welcome. Let's do this the way she did. Yeah? Yes. I want to do it the way it's supposed to be done. Okay, it just disappeared. No, it hasn't. So, ladies and gentlemen, this particular lady is a creative child of the universe. From the current nesting in Nairobi, Kenya, her passion and curiosity for music amounts to a wide-span career in multiple facets of the global music industry. Having been a composer, band member, a production and event manager, and a digital distributor over thespian over a decade, this lady is equally the spirited performer and a DJ producer on stage, as she is an educator and also running behind the scenes in technical crews. Wow, okay. With her wealth of artistic experience, giving her vantage point of holistic perspectives of how music markets intertwine, she has recently founded the music management company Such Good Noise. Can I have some noise? Can I have some noise? Yes. That helps music artists navigate through the industry in the realms of finance and strategy management. Finance and strategy management. Contract negotiation and enforcement and artistic development. Driven by the ethos that change truly lies in the intersections of creativity, community, culture, and curiosity, this lady has emerged full circle in a as a panoramic creative who is influenced and inspired by the notions of sentimentalism, revolution, radical shift. She is compelled and motivated by the desire to leave her industry in a freer and finer state than she continually finds it. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for none other than Wairimo Sisian! That's funny. That is so funny. Okay, so let me get Lisa's. Oh my goodness, you made me laugh. Serious. Okay, ChatGPT. There we go. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this next lady who comes on stage is a Kenyan singer, songwriter, and producer, and she was introduced to music through her family's love of different music genres, which fed her deep love for music and a passion for performance. This soulful, silk-voiced singer boasts a resume filled with partnerships with famous local acts such as Blinky Bill, we know them, Katuchanje, Chunga Shui, and Sauti Soul, as well as a performance on stage such as Coke Studio, and in fact, I used to use this Coke Studio Africa, the Global Citizen, and Shanghai Jazz Festival, to name a few. She's a Berklee College of Music graduate. Berklee, none other. And she hopes that through her performance and her performances, she can be an agent of hope, healing, and restoration while creating wholehearted moments of connection. In addition to this, she desires to bring her high-quality music education to Africa as an educator in forums like Afreative and Perform Music Incubator, and to be an aid to better emotional and mental health awareness in the entertainment industry through platforms like Engage Talks. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for my daughter, Lisa Odwar Noah! Grab a seat. So ladies, we're talking about women in music, or the business that women do in music. First of all, when I said that there are hurdles to women in business, everyone said, yeah, all the ladies. And I'm thinking, really? What hurdles? What are we talking about? Really? What are we talking about? Is that a tough question?
Well, I think it's very dynamic. You can't just answer it in one way because I think there are different facets to the challenges we face. We actually sat in a forum at Santuri with different stakeholders in the music industry. So there was myself, there were DJs, there were sound engineers, there were producers, and the room was filled with a mixed audience. But we were all addressing certain things like safety in the recording studio. I know that was a big factor at some point. I think even someone was championing the other day to start a place that women can register and even start studios where women can feel safer and maybe even be their own production crew in the studio as well. And that's one thing. Another thing is just noting accountability. For example, we were actually standing at the back and talking, and Warimo noted that she was DJing somewhere and someone came up to her and said, I just want to make love to you. And you're like, surely I'm working. One. Two, also, how do you feel that this is necessary to say to me at this exact moment, you know? And also I'm like, you won't go to a doctor while he's cutting someone open and saying, I just want, it's the wrong environment, wrong place, lack of sensitivity towards certain issues.
So is it the problem of the society? The society is paternalistic. Is that a problem of society, basically? So that we're talking about women having barriers in all industries?
To some extent, yeah, because I mean, you have to address patriarchy in the way it exists. So even culturally, I think some cultures, women, perform more subversive roles or are not as visible in careers. So for me, I've even found myself in situations where, I'm going to represent a client in a meeting and they think I'm there to take notes. And it's like, I'm the one who's speaking for this man. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a perspective thing, a stereotype thing. Also, like, I mean, the age-old, like, fighting, like, sexualizing people, the role of, what roles do we perform in our societies and stuff like that. So I think it's like maybe some outdated, probably cultural norms that trickle in and how different cultures interact with women. Yeah.
Does that now trigger you to be even work harder, to be more professional? Is that what happens?
It doesn't trigger, but it creates a default situation where you do have to work harder. You have to prove yourself. You're constantly like having to validate yourself or explain yourself in situations where otherwise you shouldn't.
You want to say something? Yeah.
Actually, I do agree that it does trigger you to work harder because outside of just proving yourself, you're proving the fact that you have the capacity to be in this role or to even, like, you do have the intelligence. But it's unfortunate because I went to school like anyone else. I have put in the work like anyone else, If you perhaps put someone else beside me who maybe has the same amount of experience, at the same time, and it's like I'm not chosen, like I'm decoration here, for example, like we've been to shows where, let's say I'm the musician who's the performer, right? And maybe an engineer will not respect me because I'm asking for something, but it'll be like someone might say, don't tell your engineer what to do. But however, it's like I actually know what I'm asking for. and I'm the performer in this case. So, and it's not necessarily out of disrespect. We're supposed to work together. So I think there's, outside of the cultural norms factor, I think there's also just a lack of sensitivity. And I don't mean emotional sensitivity. I think just a lack of awareness, even in those environments, aside of cultural norms.
So your resumes are rich. You've done a lot. Tell us how you structured your business and what experiences you've had over the past few years to be able to reach where you are at the moment. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, personally, I'd like to think that the entertainment industry here has been developing, especially in the last, since when I started, like way more. We've seen an insurgence of way more performers, way more artists, way more producers. Yeah. So for me personally, a lot of that started out with songwriting, and I think I'd classify them in four models. I think we have consultancy, where for me I can come on from ideation and creation of a concept with a company. You might look at it in terms of music, but we're looking at it in terms of the entire entertainment thing package. Yeah, so sound, AV. What do you want to actually present? For example, we did this with June Gashui and JGIP when we were doing EABL Centennial celebration last year. And we conceptualized the whole journey. Instead of just saying, woo, they're celebrating 100 years, we look at it in terms of how can we put in creative arts in terms of drama? How can we put in creative arts in terms of music? How can we put in terms of now designing the entire concept from start to finish in terms of an immersive experience? Yeah, so that's in terms of consulting. And that can also come on in terms of curation, where now we see a lot more musicians coming in to manage, let's say, a concept of a show for maybe hotels like Social House or maybe for Gecko. We've seen that with people like McKinley, who does Urban Tuesdays. And that every Tuesday there'll be a particular band or particular artist featured, or even on Saturdays where there's a new hip hop initiative where they bring on undiscovered rappers to Gecko on Saturdays. Now that's more in terms of the performance, right? We can look at it in terms of education, where just like we're sitting in a forum like this, with forums like Perform Incubator, where we come on and lead the workshops with songwriting, with performance, where most people would think like, no, so you just get on stage and you plug in an instrument. However, there's a lot more that goes into that, where you're thinking about, for example, I remember once being told, why do you close your eyes? You see, when you're scared, you're not thinking about why I'm not closing my eyes. But how do you get someone comfortable in a room where no one might know them, no one has heard their music? And I had a teacher who said, if you consider your guests or your audience like this is your living room, you decide when your guests arrive and you decide when they leave. For instance, that immediately lowers your anxiety, because now I'm like, okay, so that means there's a lot more control personally. Yeah, so having workshops like that, being a peripatetic teacher, a lot of musicians work with schools.
What teacher?
Peripatetic.
Haya basi, nani hapa anajua ni nini hiyo? You bana, you've been taught. Oh, you know?
Yes.
Sorry, you don't count. You're too learned in that area. Okay, but what is that?
That's like partnering with a school, and you come on as a specific tutor for particular instruments, whether voice or a range. So violin, strings, brass, or etc. And you come and go and you have a schedule and it's set to particular terms. So you basically are on contract with the school.
So you're
peripatetic.
Peripatetic. You're very pathetic. That's how I'll remember.
Very pathetic teacher. Terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah. You can also come on in terms of sponsorship, fundraising for shows. We've seen that with things like Stanbic, where they have Stanbic Year 2, and where you come on and you're a part of their larger program as a musician. So a lot of things you find in our industry are more gigging economy based. And then you come on the other side, where things like sync opportunities. For instance, some of my music has been placed in documentaries or has been placed in TV or media, and it
your own compositions.
Yes. So getting sync opportunities is really important. That also helps. I remember being informed, one of my classmates got his song on Grey's Anatomy. And this is a Kenyan, by the way, which people might not know because he's based elsewhere. So getting an opportunity like that, even though maybe here it might be a series that, let's say, Nyokavi is in, having your music sync to even more local content is actually a really big thing, because then not only do you grasp a wider audience in terms of reach, but then also it's showing that you're relatable also to the audiences as well. Yeah. So in movies, as we've seen, Nyokabi, please remind me. There's a movie that came out last year where Joki's music was part. There was Rafiki. There was Country Queen. Yeah. For example, series,
That's a
movies.
series, yeah.
So placements like that, they also generate income. So that's how a lot of, personally, my business has been part of that. And I know Sisian also has a company.
Wow, that's amazing, eh? Hey, Mazi, did you know all that? You young musicians, there's all that. Why? Yeah. All that you can do and more. Your mind is blowing, eh? I was wondering what that noise was. I'm kidding. Okay.
Yeah, so for me, RE, my business practice, music started off like as something that was there from childhood, playing piano. So as soon as I was done with high school, it was like join bands, and that's where my general curiosity for the business sort of started from. Because like playing as a session musician, performing on stage, doing the gig thing, I got curious about like what sort of agreements do we have like as the band with the venue, with the promoter. I started having a lot of those conversations, which got me interested in, just the general what do you call it, the business angle, rather more so than the performance angle. So, and then I'm just curious about music on all fronts, being on the stage, being off stage. I'm curious about how sound is rigged, how audio works. So I think that curiosity has just taken me to many different avenues. Like one week in my life, I can have a DJ show, and then the same week I'll be audio engineering at a club. The next thing I'm, arranging music for a rehearsal for a particular band. So it's just the curiosity has made me explore many different facets, and my educational background is in the music business, so I do understand like the technicalities behind, ownership, behind distributing music. It's something that I studied, so I find myself also consulting. Let's say like I work in education as well, so I'm teaching producers and like consult. They come to me with their agreements, like, I got this contract. What does this mean? So having to break down that jargon and just explain the inner workings. So I think my own personal curiosity and where it's taken me has given me the perspective now to like think about formalizing, because it was more like consulting for other artists at first. But then I also realized with all these different things, sometimes you don't want your M-Pesas to all come to your number. I was like, I need to have a structure for this to be able to plan my finances better. And registering a business and getting your licenses is not, it's not that difficult. It's more streamlined, So yeah, I would say for me that's how it all has stemmed out of that personal, what aspects of music, what's my next frontier, So like now lately I'm DJing, I'm trying to figure out this whole system and have those late nights. So it's like even being a DJ on stage, I know if I go there and my setup is not ready, I know exactly what to do. I'll be able to plug in, ask the sound engineer, I need ABCD, So it's that curiosity that has made me feel like, let me formalize this thing and let me continue consulting for other artists. And I'm also really, education has always been there. I've been a music teacher from the get-go. A lot of us do music teaching. I think it's one of the most regular, stable income sources for this.
Passing on to the next generation. Eh?
And there's that also. So yeah, so it's just having that, I like to call it like a full eagle's eye view of
You're a full
industry.
360. You do everything.
Yeah, and
Tell
there's
me
always something to learn.
How does IP factor in what you're doing at the moment in intellectual property? And do you ever have to copyright stuff and that kind of thing?
Definitely. So I would say like, for the past 2-3 years, I've been working in education for an organization that trains producers and DJs. So that's a whole different realm, because like a lot of production starts, especially with beat makers. It can be the most spontaneous birth of art. People are chilling in the studio, someone will open their laptop, have this idea, have Lisa come and do a hook, and then Sijui who has come, Nyokabi will come and say, I have poetry, ABCD, then the next thing you have a song. So I would say like protecting copyright is something that I always tell people, like, one, at least even by the time you're leaving the studio, your first session, have had that conversation about split sheets. who owns what? How are we going to split this thing? It's an uncomfortable conversation a lot of the time, but it saves a lot of grief later on. So I really encourage that as practice for like even producers that are.
You call it a split sheet.
Yeah, so a split sheet. Yeah, it's just a simple document that says, so this is what you have contributed to this particular piece of music, and this is how much you will get of the master recording. Yeah. So, yeah.
There's split sheets, there's agreements on like percentages for royalties and things like that, especially for recording artists. And like she said, you can be in a room, and I don't know how many people know this. There are rooms and studios that you go into where whoever is in the room gets a cut. Yeah. Even if your contribution is saying, how about you change this word? Like she said, even if you're catching vibes. Yeah. So you'll find
Okay, so I'll be hanging around studios now.
And you'll find that if you go onto a lot of popular music, if you keep wondering, who are all these people that we don't know in the writer section, that's actually like evidence of that. And that's one.
So you must chase them out, tell them, tokeni nyote.
If they're making
Engineer peke
a
yake.
valid contribution, that's one way to look at it. There's also things like writing camps where actually they'll put the specific individuals who wrote the song, because we also know there are things like performance rights versus recording rights, and there's mechanical rights. So all of these factor into, especially people who work in studio. That's why I really commend you for championing the fact that before you leave the studio, and even sometimes before you get to the studio, for example, if you get a work for hire job, someone might say, come to the studio, arrange for me these vocals, I'll pay you this much per song. Sawa, you've paid me for the work in the studio. However, my vocals are going to be on that song forever. Okay? So, yes, and I'll need to earn from it. Now, the percentage might not be as large as you who's the performer, right? Or maybe they're also the writer. However, they cannot deny me from that unless we have an agreement where it's like, sawa, you will not earn from this, and this is one-time payment, work for hire, kwisha. But essentially, it's very unfair to deny people, even if it's a really small percentage. For example, there's a record we have with a friend of mine called Mariana Furjaz Seka, and she signed to Quincy Jones' label. Now, when she was signed to Quincy Jones' label, everyone who had done music with her was sent an agreement, correct? And our agreement was 2%. Okay? This is for being a secondary feature. So it's her and then me, okay? That was 2%. So that's why I said the percentage might not be as large as someone maybe who wrote the song, or someone who is, even if I was performing with her, but that's the negotiating power that they had, even though it seems like 2% is really unfair.
But 2% of a B is better than nothing at all.
Exactly. So it depends on also how the song or the work performs as well.
So yes, go on.
I have one more interesting one. Like I had I also now have started like, what do you call it, championing for trademark when it comes to like your album art. Because I know somebody who, they had their album art out, and next thing they're being sold for. The art for, so when you release your music, it has to come with imagery.
Yes,
even as a musician now, it's like, or graphics. So just enhancing that, you should probably trademark that also.
Yes.
To yourself, because I know somebody who now his merch was being sold to him. Like, oh look, now we made your we made sweaters, we made hoodies, of your intellectual property, and it's like there's no real claim to that ownership.
Of course, you're right.
Yeah, there's no
it's
real claim
image,
as the
yet
artist.
Someone buys hoodies, puts that image on, and tells you, we can do this for you.
Exactly. So yeah.
It's also like merchandise is another source of income.
Right.
So if someone else is patenting your merchandise, that's terrible. Like, as we saw, they should be released, like partner with them at least, so that you're like, okay, let's make hoodies together and we each get a percentage. Not that they're making money off you, because that is extremely illegal.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So question time, guys. Yeah, there's a question already over there. Okay, one question. Next question. Anybody else? Anybody? Amata? Mr. Social Kenya. Ulikuwa sema? Nikumbushe.
I just have a concern with the creative, because I have seen it's all about the beauties of video. My great concern is you, the ladies who are presenting other ladies within the music industry? Do we have a future with the female artists, specifically in the music industry? Just answer me that, because I'm worried we don't have our ladies in the music industry.
Well, that's his point of view. That's his point of view. You say, why
In short, Mr. Let me get the house to understand what I mean. Can you count the number of female musicians in the country?
Yes.
How many? And can you compare with the one for the men? The question, why is it that we don't have many? Because like in my own county, I was trying to analyze hawako. Even here in Nairobi, they are very, very few. So I'm trying to imagine in the next 30 years, what is going to happen if the number of female artists high-go?
That's an interesting question. Okay, Mr. Oh, yeah, I'm at first. Yes, ma'am, you have to stand, sorry.
People, most of the dancers, for them to get jobs, they're told, you have to sleep with me. You know, like there's a Congolese artist, a big one, right? No, because he's just about to become my client. Anyway. Just, yes. He's like, I talked to some of his dancers. There's only one dancer who he has not slept with. And that dancer is his niece. And we are talking about nine dancers. Then in conclusion, then in conclusion, the other concern that I'd raise is you find that you negotiate for an artist to get a contract, right? A contract worth 10 million, right? So they produce everything. So after the song and everything, they get 10 million. You go and talk to the video vixens, and the video vixens were paid 10,000 each. So those are some of the problems that are faced by females in the industry.
You want to say something? Can I come back to you? Oh, it's a follow-up. Oh, I forgot. Madam, I had forgotten you. My birthday girl.
It's a question to them based on what she's brought up. So maybe it would be nice if you tell us as women in the business of music, what are the challenges that you have faced? And if you may have some recommendations for what are the solutions that you can have.
So I thought we had touched on that. Had we touched on that? Okay, slightly. Okay, Mr. Kawa, I'm coming to you. Don't worry, lady. I'm coming to you.
Yeah, so mine is related to film and music. So a couple of years, 2 years back, I did a film and I wanted to use a particular song that is a hymn. Now, there's something we need to talk about as well, using music that is dated. So do we have to old music? And most of them may be hymns. So I loved a cover by a particular lady. You shake your head as if you already know. So yes, I had a very short time period to finish my film, so I didn't know who to go to talk to so that I can have my permissions to use the music. I went ahead and actually used the music. Infringement, yes, but we actually talked with the person who did the cover. So at this point, who should I talk to? Should I look for each and every person that was involved in the process of making of even of the original song?
Super duper. As I walk across to Madam Wadire, Sauti Soul were going to release a song called Midnight Train, and they were going to use the sound sample from a certain song. But because they're from Africa and the person did not feel like, why should I give these Africans? They had never refused before. They said, we're not giving them. So the Midnight Train you hear now was another different one from what they wanted to do before. But it's even better if you ask me.
Hi. Thank you, Lisa and Wairimu, for what you've shared. Sharon, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. But then I wanted to apart from the patriarchy, as you put it, like when we use big words, the industry is male-dominated. There are certain things that are are difficult for us to push through. But particularly speaking for other women musicians and other women creatives, what is it that you did? Because you are special, that you're on this stage, that you're doing all these wonderful things, but there's a special kind of uh, get up that you've done to be able to do everything that you're doing. And I say that because I think I've noted, like here, I think we probably have more women than we have men. And as a co-founder of the African Women's Orchestra, and the reason why we started it was because percentage-wise, women don't apply for things, they don't come to things, they don't actually feel that they are worthy enough to do that. So what is it that you guys did to make you where you are now?
Thank you. I also think it has a bit of thing to do with the way we have been brought up as ladies and gents in this society. If you look at, for instance, a Nigerian lady, first of all, she's very intimidating. Just because she tells you, what are you looking at? You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? I think that also has a lot. You have a question? Had I asked you? I forgot you. Okay, can I give you one last one? Okay, one last one.
The fact is, I think we just need to put the points down. You cannot synchronize and seek clearance from a cover version. Avoid. Number two, always have several options available. Local, preferably African. Third, if all that fails, get original composition done for you cheaply, and you clear it because it's work for hire. It means that you own the copyright to it, and but you need to do that paperwork. A lot of people also forget to do the paperwork. That you have original composition done for you. It's work for hire, and you still don't have a document showing that the ownership has passed. So then it brings the question, what the law says, the person who commissions owns. Now, but also it says you can also have the person who is commissioned to own. Now, if you don't address that issue, then you start having legal challenges later. Asante.
So it depends on the agreement, basically. What you guys agree. Okay, so even if I'm a greatest singer in the world and I allow people to take my voice and use it and I sign, yes, use my voice, I can't come back later and say, that was my voice. I said, yeah, but you signed the dotted line. Okay, that's quite clear. Yeah? Oh, you want to say something? Oh, there's one more question. Okay, so if use that one.
There was the question on opportunities from Madei and paired with Amata about the challenges for women in the music industry, as well as what roles they play in the music industry. You had spoken about being video vixens versus being presented as artists. Cecilia, would you like to address part of this?
From the beginning. Yeah, I think it's something we had already touched on. It's not necessarily like a Kenyan problem, this thing of like women being sexualized in industry. In fact, if you look back, it's been very intentional in like mainstream American music culture, and that culture has sort of like set a precedent for how we interact with media. So it's a very intentional setting that, like, I think we just tend to copy paste without even internalizing why we're doing this in the first place, So unfortunately, like we're saying, with visibility, that's a lot of where you'll see yourself. And I think we can also tie this question into like how we've been able to navigate otherwise and see yourself differently. I think the visibility thing is important because I think for me, I would say like it's a certain level of like you just have to be tenacious and headstrong. You know, there's a lot of business I've lost just because I'll speak my mind and speak against this kind of thing. And it's like, it's worth it in the end. Maybe you won't know my music as Sisian, but you know, I'm still here surviving. You know what I mean? So there's a win-lose. There's a compromise that you have to make in the same way that you might think your option is like maybe to sleep with a producer to get the views, you know? So I think the idea is visibility, having people headstrong enough to perform different roles, like deal with all the, okay, I was gonna cuss, deal with all the, you know, the nonsense, the backlash, yeah, you know? So,
Can I add,
Yeah.
maybe we could also have systems of accountability. Like she
Yeah.
said, she's working on a show where there's a male engineer and she's there and she's been approached by someone maybe from the audience. And that guy standing there is paying no mind, okay? We've also talked about it with, let's say, someone from folks like Gig Dynamics talking about, okay, how can you guys, let's say with your female engineer counterparts, are you aware of maybe in their working environment possible risks they might face?
Yeah.
It could be something as like, for example, you're sitting down and maybe there's a monitor or something that's too heavy for you. It's very small, but instead of being like "Asi utabeba," like it's like, okay, consider her and maybe she's better at the desk. Okay, maybe I can go and help with that. Or she's DJing right now, or she's at the desk right now and someone has approached her. Maybe I can even just standing nearby to be like, excuse me, this is a space reserved for the people who are managing the sound desk. Please back off. Or in conversation, if you're in a band or you're a producer and you're around, I'm speaking to the male counterparts, you're around people who sexualize someone who's right there, or an experience with an artist or something. How do you respond to that conversation around you? Yeah, it's easy for you to pay no mind, but it also plays a lot into now how you carry on that conversation outside of that
Right.
environment.
Yeah.
And then how you also view your female counterparts in the industry as well. Do you consider, let's say, if I'm sitting in the same room as another male producer, will it be that someone will look at me like I'm there to take notes? Or will someone say, why don't we ask so and so for their opinion? Or how do you think we should do this? Or even you as you said, taking the initiative for yourself to say, I think we could do this differently in that forum. Even and keep pushing, even when necessarily you might be looked at as, okay, you're just coming to sing. No, I actually know what I'm talking about as the engineer. Put this on this, change this frequency for me, and I'd like this. And you move on.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, we're not looking at each other as this is a guy and this is a chick. I'm the artist and you're the engineer.
to work.
I'm working with you, okay? Or
Yeah.
you're the producer, I'm another producer. We're working together. If we boil it all down necessarily maybe to sex, that limits the view of the person's capacity.
Right.
So that's what I'd say. Change the mindset and bring in accountability in your personal circle and the music circles you're in.
Okay. The approach you're using, can you catch?
Okay. Because 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 I'm in the legal space, I thank God that I know systems and ways to rectify something like that. So we are using ASIAD as a pilot program for that, because she's not a musician or an artist per se, but she faces so much backlash. So at some point I was to tell myself that if I ever meet her, I'd tell her that I know maybe you cry yourself to sleep because of the trolls, but listen, God has a plan, because we are using you to help females in the industry, most so in the music industry. So the approach is, we are using personality rights and character rights, because I have clients in the Western world, and they always tell me in the contract, please, I need my personality rights, I need my character rights. But here in Kenya, we are using now ASIAD as a pilot program because, as Margeria said, we what to organize. We like we you, yeah you organize to dominate. ASIAD has created like a form of company around her, so she has a manager, she has ABCD around her. So with that, you find that she made herself a brand. So if maybe Aziad was an artist and maybe was facing the things that she's facing in the industry, she would be in a perfect position to say that, listen, this thing that is going on Twitter, I don't want. So you know what? That's my personality. I need my personality rights. So listen, everyone who is attacking me based on my personality rights, I need 10 million. You know, that is the way to cap that. Then the other reverse bit of it is, of course, Aziad, that's her real name, Aziad Nasenya. But if she was going by another name, yeah, so now that would not now be personality rights, that would now be character rights. Yeah, yeah, like Crazy Kena. If now someone infringes on him using his real name, that's now we make it now personality rights. But now him now as Crazy Kena, now the approach we take is character rights. Yeah.
Amata, very smart, and very, very, what's it called? What's that word? Aggressive. No, not aggressive, it's another word. Assertive, No, she can take you for a fight. Ebu just try her. She will take you for a fight. Over lunchtime, just push a kidogo, you'll see. Yes, Roy, you know your session is coming. By the way, guys, please let me manage your expectations. We've been asked by the hotel to please go for lunch at 2. Hopefully that tea break that you had, it will hold you mpaka then, sindio? Yes, Roy.
No, first of all, mine was just a comment about, I love this session, especially about women in the creative sector. There's a very silent, suffering majority when you talk about women. When you're talking about billboards, models, and the fact that you have studios where producers are known to be the culprits. In this, the agencies, everybody seems, there's even a play that they have, okay? Go to number 1, then go to number 2, call these people for an interview, then choose who it is that you want, nakadhalika, and at the end of the day, it ends up with the daughter of the chairman. That's the billboard. All of you had been promised it would happen.
A very bad thing is that going to that. When you say you want to become a musician and you dress in a certain way and you want to go to Kasarani, your parents will, in the very near future, lessons that will be taught to those group of people. If a lady comes to a complaint, believe me, there will be 10 men who are going to court until the process ends. You will not be able to break. Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think all of you will be there. See you later. Round of applause for Lisa. Thank you so much for this. Amazing. You're my little daughter. I didn't know you had so much knowledge. You know the thing about what our children when they grow up, you think that they're still the children. My goodness, Lisa, how did you? I taught her Sunday school when she was a little girl. Wow. Yeah, true, well and truly. By the way, contrary to a popular belief. I know a thing or two about Mwenyezi Mungu. All right. So what we'd like to do is show you some videos on the screen, and then immediately after that, we're going to go to counties. And I believe we have a CC? Social? I'm confusing you. I'm confused. I'm confused to document that. All those beautiful things, what the counties are doing about IP and that kind of thing. All right? So please, I would like to draw your attention. Are you ready, Mr. Cyrus? Okay, so there we go.
Director for Culture. How did that? What was that journey about? And tell us what you're doing in the county.
Okay, thank you. My background is in literature and linguistics. I have published poetry in English and also in Kikamba. Together with Professor John Beatty, we have edited an anthology of poetry in Kikamba called Ngae Kawaeka. You know, I will cease when you cease, with over 100 poems. Yeah. So,
So when you say seize, you mean stop? Or
Yeah,
will grab, seize as in catch?
yeah, I will stop when you stop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the title of the anthology of poems in Kikamba.
see.
Yeah, this we did in 2011. Yeah.
So now, was that, did you get this culturally, was it oral tradition that has been passed on for many years, or was it new work that was being created from people's minds?
We were creating, but definitely we appropriate elements of the intangible heritage of the Akamba people in our poetry, because much of it is oral poetry, which we have reduced into writing. So you can, if you are a performing artist, you can chant some of the poetry. You can also turn them into music. Yeah.
Okay, so at the county level, what would you say the county is doing? In fact, one of the questions that was very pertinent is what particularly, how are you making people able to make money out of their IP?
I will speak of Makueni County.
Yes.
One of the things that the former regime and the current regime are doing is they are very intentional on young people, and therefore they have put in place infrastructure for the performing arts and also digital media skills development. In Makueni County, we have 14 community information centers where digital skills training takes place. In the county headquarters, we have an ICT innovation hub where content creators have access to free Wi-Fi and also computer, and they also have mentors who help them in their projects. Within the Water Green Public Park, we also have an amphitheater, open air amphitheater for the performing arts. We also have a small studio, Ajiri studio, for those who would like to make podcasts. But we have a bigger music recording studio, the Makueni Recording Studio, where artists, church choirs, bands, filmmakers who are doing their voiceovers do their recording for free, provided you are a resident of Makueni County. So that has really helped many musicians in Makueni County to record their music for free. Some of the big names that have recorded in the Makueni Recording Studio include Bosco Mulwa and also B.S. Kaviru. B.S. Kaviru is an upcoming artist who is really very talented, and we continue to support him as a county government. So we have that infrastructure that allows the creatives to really produce their work in Makueni County. Provided you are a resident of Makueni County, it's for free.
Wow, wow. Are you hearing that? That one you should have clapped for. I thought you'd be clapping for that one, man. That's bringing access to infrastructure right there at the county level. I think that's incredible, because you'll get artists who are on the ground who would never have reached Nairobi to get that equipment or whatever it is, doing their good quality work out there. I think that is very commendable. What other, do you have any programs for training of the young people? Are you involved in schools? What, is there any, for creatives specifically?
Yeah, for trainings, we really take advantage of our collaboration with national government agencies. For example, our filmmakers, directors of photography, actors, actresses, have been trained by the Kenya Film Commission. Recently also, the Kenya Copyright Board, together with the Kenya Film Classification Board, were able to train our filmmakers on how to protect their intellectual property rights. We have also a very talented young guy who is a script writer, and he was able to compete in a process also undertaken by the Kenya Film Commission, and went for a residency for 1 month to sharpen his skills in script writing. So we take advantage of our collaboration with national government agencies for training. But this financial year, we are intentional on training in intellectual property rights, the protection of intellectual property rights of visual artists, those doing basketry, painting and so on, and also musicians. And we hope to collaborate with the Kenya Copyright Board. Actually, we have a draft memorandum of understanding with the Kenya Copyright Board, and we hope that the Chief Legal Counsel for KECOBO and our county attorney can really quickly conclude this, because we would like to take advantage of that relationship to really get the expertise from KECOBO to train our creatives.
On IP and copyright and how that is, okay, good. Faith, kazi kwenu. You're following, eh? Inafanya haraka? Well done, well done. So, guys, a lot is happening, it seems, in the counties. I don't know what experience is from with the county that you hail from. If you do have links and with those guys back home, are there things that you're hearing about in your counties that are happening that you're like, oh wow, this is really helping out? Would you want to go back to your county, which is not Nairobi, for instance, going back to your home county, maybe your parents' county, because many of us are born in Nairobi, Kwetu ni Nairobi. But yes, would you want to do that and help improve that level and do the linkages with the contacts that you have in Nairobi? Is that something that you do? Do you find that creativity is very Nairobi-centric in terms of monetizing it?
Not really, because we have also been very intentional when we record our artists. KECOBO visited us and shared with us literature on the National Rights Registry. And therefore, we have been intentional when we record them. We encourage them to register their works. And also, we have a gentleman who also assists them to monetize it for the Skiza tunes. So we have been intentional in a small way to really help them to monetize. But we feel there is a gap. They need more training. They need more support in terms of being shown the various digital platforms where they can, monetize their artistic works. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a gap.
We just had the Devolution conference finishing, I think, was it last week?
Yeah.
And it seemed like devolution is working. It is working. We've looked at 13 years now of success. Are we seeing a lot more stars coming out, creative stars coming out from the county levels? You mentioned 2 names. Are they national stars, the ones that you've mentioned?
Yeah, within the Akamba Nation, which spreads from Kitui, Machakos, Makueni, and the Akamba in diaspora in Kwale County and all over the world, those are big names. We've also been able to record women. We are very intentional also on women and people, persons with disability, and we have rising stars. In the gospel music sector, we have a lady called Zipporah Eric, who is very popular now, for gospel music in Kikamba. We also have other artists we've been able to record at the Makueni Recording Studios. So yes, and also for us in Makueni, we maintain a database of all our cultural and creative industries practitioners. We have, and we maintain this in Excel, and we have the gospel artists, and we keep updating this. We have the secular artists, we have the filmmakers, but for filmmakers, we have gone further to be very intentional, to know the script writers we have, the very experienced directors of photography, the very experienced actors and actresses, and other support crew for filmmaking. And therefore, that has helped us because we've been able to expose them in the one of the opportunities where we had the opportunity to expose them was the 17th edition of Cinema de Mare, which is there was a tour through 5 counties in Kenya. These young people from all over Africa and the world doing films, short films, and having competitions for each level of the campus. And we were able to expose many of our filmmakers in that. So we are very intentional in documenting and constantly updating our artists. That makes it easy for us whenever we have any opportunity, nationally or internationally, to be able to nominate them to seize those opportunities.
Wow, that is fantastic. Something that I learned with the Kaizen philosophy, if you don't measure it, you can't improve it. If you don't measure it, you can't improve it because you will not know what you're doing. If you don't know it's 5 centimeters, when you increase to 6 centimeters, you won't know that you have. When you have 10 shillings and you improve to 12 shillings, you won't know if you have improved because you didn't know it was 10 shillings in the first place. You get? So if you can't measure it, and if you don't measure it, you can't improve it. So measure where you are. That's what the audit we're told. Do the audit, measure where you are, then start improving on it. And that's the only way, by measuring, then you know. And that's really good to know that you keep an account of that. Finally, tell us a little about traditional knowledge and how are you documenting this knowledge? Are you using creatives, like the visual artists, audiovisual practitioners? What are you doing to document?
Yeah, Kweni County was selected among the first 13 counties in Kenya in a project that is implemented in collaboration with the Natural Products Industry Initiative of the National Museums of Kenya in collaboration with the State Department of Culture. And this is in fulfillment of a law, the Protection of Traditional Knowledge and Cultural Expressions Act of 2016, which as a county we have been implementing, and we have maintained a county register of our traditional knowledge and cultural expressions of the Akamba. So we have had 28 young champions of culture supported by the Akamba clans, governing council of elders, mentoring them and helping them to access the authentic informants. And we've been able to document genetic resources. The area where you have really documented a lot, the Akamba indigenous food, Akamba traditional brew, the Kaluvu, Akamba traditional medicine and medicinal plants. We've also been able to document elements of the expressions, traditional cultural expressions, the songs and dances that are almost becoming extinct, and other aspects of the cultural practices of our people. So this is a very exciting project that we are continuing with. The State Department, together with the National Museums of Kenya, funded the pilot project, but we are continuing now this financial year with documentation because we realize there are very many elements of the intangible heritage of our people which are transitioning with many of our people who become ancestors. So it is very good that we document before they transition and become ancestors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hullabaloo from even Netflix and so on. But they do want to turn a lot of our ethnic stories into more modernized versions, which is of course a far better thing than Rapunzel and Goldilocks and all the lovely Caucasian stories we have out there. So I wanted to very specifically know what you're doing about it, because these stories, to be quite honest, can seem extremely boring, and especially to this digital generation, and yet you're digitizing.
The heart is what usually they follow. So I want to just know about the folklores, what you're doing about them in terms of just the sheer fact of documentation. Are you documenting them? And then the more nuanced question of you're working with a lot of young people, are you adapting this type of folklores, if indeed you're doing them, to a more palatable form for the, even the millennials and definitely the Gen Zs below them? Thank you.
Mr. Wire, last question. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Probably. Definitely. I'm Wire Maxwell. I'm a musician. I'm a creative. I'm very fascinated about what you're talking about in terms of the indigenous knowledge, passing it on, especially in Makueni County. Is there a way that such indigenous knowledge can be incorporated in schools, not only for the Akamba people, but all across the board? For example, maybe the Luos have their own culture, they have their own traditional foods and medicines, which could be very pertinent in this time and age. So is there a way that such cultures can be incorporated in the school system? Thank you.
Let me begin, with your permission. Let me begin with the last question by Wire. Yes, it is possible to incorporate indigenous knowledge in the school system. We are very intentional in Makueni County in a program we call Language and Literature Development. If writers in the languages spoken by our people can write in the various genres, be they novels, short stories, poetry, and so on, then already young people in the school system will have readers where they can access this. But then for incorporation of indigenous knowledge, in the formal school system rather than through the literature that young people have access to, then you really have to do a lot of advocacy also with the relevant ministry. And that sometimes can take a lot of time. But I would propose the path I have proposed for you, for writers to incorporate elements of indigenous knowledge, elements of the intangible heritage, the folklore, the stories, the proverbs in their writing, so that young people then can access them in the readers, in the anthology of poetry that the students and pupils will have access to. Going now to the question about fashion and whether you can get funding at the county level. One of the things you need to be intentional as artists is through your groups to participate in the planning and budget process in the county government, the public participation processes, because that is where the limited resource envelope is divided among many competing interests, roads, water, and so on. And culture, music, and the arts are always in the periphery in those forums. So I really urge you, if you really want a proper budget allocation, adequate budget allocation to this sector, then you have to participate in those forums. They are always widely publicized because the law is very clear they have to be publicized. So kindly participate, whether as organized groups or even as individuals, to influence budget allocation for the cultural and creative industries sector. We face that challenge. All the directorates of culture in the 47 counties, it's only Kakamega County which is able to allocate around 50 million, and we are able to see what they are able to do whenever we have a festival called the Kenya Music and Cultural Festival, because they are able to bring many groups to that festival. So kindly do your bit and advocate. Otherwise, there are opportunities that arise. Currently, together with Kitui and Machakos County, we have a process of ideation, design, and launch of the Akamba dress. So as a fashion designer, there will be a call for, for fashion designers to participate. And it's important you keep your eyes open because we will do this through our website. So those are the opportunities that arise, but you can be sure it is highly unlikely to get the kind of funding you are looking for from the Directorate of Culture in a county government because we get very limited budgets. Now, coming to LACA, we have several festivals where we involve our musicians and artists. In Makueni, we have an annual indigenous food festival where we will. Yeah, we will. Actually, we have slated the next one for May 2024, and we will be able to share in good time. And so during the Indigenous Food Festival, we also have secular gospel musicians, traditional music and dance groups, theater groups performing. That also gives our artists an opportunity to perform, and they also earn. And we negotiate contracts with them. We are very intentional on protecting their intellectual property rights, and that is one of the forums we use. The county government also has several functions, and during most of the functions, musicians are invited to entertain, and they are also paid. Okay, so those are the opportunities where the county governments interface mostly with musicians, and they are able to also pay them, and they pay them really well. Yeah. Now, really well by county standards, not national, international standards. Yeah. Now, for Mochama, we are documenting traditional folklore. One of the elements we have documented so far is the Akamba origin story. You know, the Akamba landed from the skies, and we've been able to document even the sites where they landed. And therefore, these are things we are documenting both, and therefore, yes, we are intentional in making this accessible for the contemporary audience. We have also been in discussion on the ethnic tunes. Some of the tunes, like the Kilume. Kilume is a famous Akamba traditional music and dance tune. Some of these ethnic tunes are very popular, and some of them we know have been appropriated by filmmakers outside this country. We are still making follow-up, but we want to first of all document them before now we lay claim and follow the necessary procedures to get the compensation to the community, because these belong to the community. But as we document in this project we are involved in, we are very careful for us to designate the correct holder of the indigenous knowledge, if it is an individual, if it is a family, because some of these practices have been handed down from a generation to the next in a specific family, and it is very well known, and we've been able to document that, so that then whoever wants to do value addition to pick this indigenous knowledge and take it up and make money, then that they can be able to negotiate through the facilitation of the county government with the right holder of that indigenous knowledge. And we have support in this project with of council who are knowledgeable in the protection of intellectual property rights. I have also been intentional, and I encouraged my officers, and we applied for a course offered by Harvard University, the copyright text course, and we took part together with my officers in that course. I see some of the people who also participated in that course here, Gobu. Yeah, I hope I pronounced her name well. So, and we are very intentional in helping our artists to protect their intellectual property rights. Thank you.
Wow, okay. Thank you, thank you. Absolutely incredible. So as you can see, there is stuff happening at the county level as well. I think a lot of it being influenced by having directors and different officers who understand the whole creative space, like yourself. You're a creative. And I think we need to see a lot more of that happening across all the counties. And if you have any influence in your home county, or you want to create influence in your home country, please do so. Feel free to do so. Yes, madam, you want to talk to me? You want to make a comment? I wanted to close. Me, I'm hungry. Unataka kuweka comment na chakula ndio inatuita. Okay, one more comment. We are not giving you a comment. You make your comment at this time.
Yeah, we had an apology from Embu County. We were to have someone come, but I know they also have been very deliberate in supporting their creatives. They developed a creatives bill for their county, yes. And they had an Embu Art Week where we went and trained over 100 creatives, yeah. And so for them, I know also, apart from Makweni, they're also doing something to support their creatives. Just that.
That's what you need to tell us. So there's a lot happening in the county, basically, guys. How many of you have got home counties apart from Nairobi? And you visit, and you know your relatives there. Yeah? Yeah? Just find out, call them, tell them, hey, what are you guys doing creative? What's happening there, you know? Maybe what you're learning here can really help them. And instead of paying, what is it called, black tax? You know, black taxes, when you have to keep sending money home. You know, if they can now empower themselves, that's what we need to do. Oh, by the way, the other thing we need to talk about is generational wealth. So before we start the next session, we're going to have Chebet. She's going to tell us about what I told you about earlier. And Shizo might have something to say also. Not now. Okay, it's about county. Yes, I know you're from the Nakuru. Okay, we'll give you. Ulikuja all the way, surely, Mwaniki. What is your problem?
Kutupatia nafasi. Bwana director, nashukuru sana kwa kuacha niongee sasa Kiswahili kwa sababu niliona Kiingereza pale kinakanganya. Nashukuru sana kwa kutoka Makueni na kukuja kuwakilisha wasanii wa Makueni na Makueni County kama mimi nilivyotoka Nakuru. Chini yako najua kuna kuaga na yule culture officer. Wewe na culture officer mkishikana, ukitoka pale nenda kwa CEO then waziri. Lakini ofisi yako hiyo ya director ndio inafanya kazi kubwa sana katika county kwa idara ya culture na masuala za wasanii. Sasa swali langu ni kwa sababu and this is the reason why I really wanted you to give me the opportunity. Hamjaguza masuala ya uajiri wa kazi wa wasanii katika county na nation. It is here but hamjaweka. Sasa sijasikia mkitaja. Hiyo ni one of the issues ningependa nisikie kama director kule Makueni. Mumefanya jambo. Ya mwisho umetaja masuala ya hela. Mimi nimekuwa kipaumbele sana kupigania haki za wasanii malipo Kenya nzima. Na I have always nimekuwa na shida sana na county yangu hata kule nyumbani. Kwa sababu when it comes to payment or remuneration of artist wanasema kwamba hakuna hela. Budget ni ndogo. Unanipata? It's till last year ndio nimegundua ya kwamba kumbe wasanii pia sisi ulala. Because we need to go for public participation. Kwa sababu kule ndio penye budgeting inafanywa. So ningependa kujua ile hela ambayo ulisema ya wasanii wanapata kule. Ile mzuri ile. Huko mko namna gani?
Endelea basi. That's the last step.
Asante sana ndugu. Kwanza mambo ya kazi unaelewa kwamba kutoka mwaka wa 2014 tayari kaunti zimepata wafanyikazi. Na kuna kile kiwango ambacho controller of budget ile ofisi ya controller of budget imesema amwezi pita kiwango hiki kwa wale wafanyikazi ambao mko nao, kwa sababu mtazidi zile hela mnatumia kwa mishahara na marupurupu yao. Kwa hivyo utaweza kupata kwamba wakati huu kwa kaunti nyingi nafasi za ajira ni kidogo, na mara nyingi wanangoja mpaka watu waende retire ndio waweze kupata watu wapya. Na pia kwa wasanii ni vizuri kuegemea ile mifano nimepatiana hapa ya kama kuna festival inafanyika, basi msanii anajitokeza na sisi tunawatafuta, wanapata nafasi pale. Kama kuna function ya county government, wanapata nafasi pale, kwa sababu sehemu za ajira vile nimekueleza hazipo. Haya, umeulizia ni kiwango gani hiki ambacho nasema ni kizuri ambacho tunalipa wasanii. Mara nyingi kwa function ambazo ni za county ambazo ni ndogo, mwanamuziki anaweza pata 30,000 pale Makueni. Aha.
Tunahama Makueni. Utahama lini?
Katika festival kubwa kama hiyo ya food festival, na iwe ni msanii ambaye amebombea kama Bosco Mulwa. Yule Bosco Mulwa tuna negotiate naye 50,000. 50,000 kwenda juu. Kwa sababu budget inakuwa kidogo. Ndio, kwa hivyo tuna negotiate, lakini kuna muimbaji mmoja, najua mwaka wa 2018, 2019, tulihusisha msanii ambaye anajulikana Kenya kwa gospel. Anaitwa Wilberforce Musyoka na pia Masi Masika. Na wale walikuwa wanawafadhili wengine. Kwa hivyo kama wamekuja na wamepata wafadhili wengine, pia kiwango kinaweza kuwa kikubwa. Lakini nazungumzia yale ambayo tumefanya mwaka uliopita wa serikali. Kwa sababu pia budget ilikuwa ndogo. Lakini tunaona kama tunajaribu, kwa sababu ndugu yetu kutoka Nakuru anaweza tueleza pia wao washawahi kupata kiwango gani, ndio tuweze kufanya tuweze kulinganisha. Anaweza kutueleza.
Fanya boss, mtakula lunch pamoja nyinyi wawili. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much please give a round of applause for Mr. Mutua Mulonzia. Thank you so much for umewakilisha watu wote wa county, and we really appreciate that. So I'd like to invite now that those of us that are feeling hungry. Yeah, nobody's smiling at me. You're all feeling hungry, eh? Okay, so I'd like to give us exactly how much time do we want to give? An hour? I don't want to do 40 minutes. 1 hour, eh? We come back at 3. Okay, guys, let's come back at 3 o'clock. Now you need to get your meal cards from the lady at the door. Her name is Linda. If you don't get a meal card, you don't get a meal. It's as simple as that, eh? Yeah.
Ushapata? Annabelle, ushapata? Come on. Do you know Jesus wept here? Where? How? Ask all the important questions. Okay, let's find out if anybody learned anything. 2 things. Who are the best? Yes, who are the best? Kwanza ni wewe. Okay, 2 things you have learned. Hey, okay, now you've shared enough.
Students have learned to register your business. Okay? You register your business, and also you cannot have a corporate on an idea. Have something tangible to work with.
The God was listening. Give a round of applause. Well done. You see the name is? Margaret. Thank you, Margaret. These backbenchers over here from KECOBO. Fred, have you learned anything? You have, eh? I know you're a lawyer, so tell us something. By the way, nyinyi watu muongeze sweets. Watu mmekataa sweets? Wapi sweets? Watu wa Radisson ongeza sweets.
Thank you, Monique.
Stand. Not to see you.
Nimeshiba sana.
Eh,
Yeah, we were just sharing, even though one of us pointed out that we seem not to have ladies in the sector, it is true that we have ladies, it's that they don't make much noise. Therefore, we are encouraging the ladies to make a lot of noise so that the gentleman who said you are not visible can see you clearly. But we also learned that when you are entering in an engagement, it's always good to sign a contract that clearly defines your roles and therefore your rights at the end of the day and what you can earn.
Thank you. That's Fred. Thank you, Fred. Yes, organized to flourish. Cindy, or ABCD. A was to advance. B was to be better. C was to command. D was to be dominate. Yeah, and that's the most important one, by the dominate. And then E was evolve, and F was flourish. Absolutely. We need to flourish, guys. We have to fly like eagles. Cindy, yeah? Marjorie, are you good? Do you want to say anything? 2 things you learned? Are they different from everybody else? Yes, you do. Ah, well done, well done.
Hello. My name is Marjorie, and I've learned everything. Like everything I've encountered today was new to me. Yeah, so as a performing artist, I have learned what my intellectual properties are and what rights are, basically. And I would also like to specific about
Don't lose us. Don't lose us. Walk with us.
yeah.
Walk with us. Gather your thoughts.
Okay, anyway, the other thing I wanted to like add on to the conversation about the presence of women in the industry, and I think that the reason that we even have this conversation shows that we are going towards having, and okay, rather, women are in the industry. I, for one, am a woman with very many who collaborates and works with very many women. So I can assure all of you that women are in this space and they're doing great things.
Hey, give a round of applause, Marjorie. And what is your name? What have you learned? I know you came a bit later, but what have you learned? 2 things. Don't give a story, just kicking. We learned that when you stand, you command your space. Command your space.
Okay, my name is Ivy Wanjiro. I have learned that intellectual property is important when you're trying to protect your creative endeavors and innovative endeavors, stuff like that. But but doesn't it cost much to patent or copyright your stuff?
It costs you only time. It costs you only time. Because there's something called the National Rights Registry that you go online and you register your IP, as it were. It costs you 100 bob, which is, I mean, it's negligible. If you're doing internet stuff, it costs you 500 bob. That's all. That's all it costs you. And then if you're trademarking, you go to Kirpi. You go to Kipi, and that costs you a little more. Just a little more. But that's all. So if you want to make 1,000,000 shillings, please invest 1,000 shillings. Sindio, ama namna gani? Who was the last person I wanted to ask? Steve has not talked, Bana. Steve, you've been so quiet in the corner here. And Kagiri, in your willy. He's quiet corner.
Thank you so very much. So I learned a lot. I was motivated by the county, the efforts they've done in Makueni County. I copy that to what has been done in Machakos, where filming is free. Now Makueni County House has an amphitheater where people can go record their podcast. All these interventions that they have for the county. I was just wondering, is this the same thing that is replicated in the other counties as well? Are they giving space for creatives to thrive in their areas of creativity? That means that they're doing good, and it's a thing that can need to be replicated in other counties. So that is a highlight.
Thank you, Stephen. Mr. Kagiri, do you have anything to add? Ati? You're satisfied? You're whispering your satisfaction. Are you fine? You want to add anything?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George. And just one thing I've learned today is don't be afraid to do the paperwork. So contracts, agreements, don't be afraid to do them. And you also need to cater for and take into consideration the residuals. At least that's what I've taken. And
Residuals, residual income, as you sleep, it is still going ching, ching. It's going ka-ching. No, not ka-ching, ching. Ka-ching is that other thing you guys do, ka-ching, ka-bowl, ka-ching. No, not that one. It goes ching, ching. Yeah, and it's music to your ears as you sleep. So make sure you take care of residuals. Do you want to say something? Do you have something? You did. Please, yeah, but you have to stand, madam. Thank you very much.
So you said something that I thought was so powerful. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. And I think even comes down to the most mundane things like working out, like doing what, and I thought that was very profound. And also, if you're lucky to walk into a producer's room, you might just get residuals out of it if you stay there long enough. So that's good information.
Very good information. Okay, guys, give yourselves a round of applause. I hope you're ready for the next session. It'll be engaging. I can convince you that. I can promise you that. You look like you want to tell me something. Do you want to tell me something, young lady? Yeah? Oh, it's just a beautiful smile. That's just how you are. Eh? You woke up this way. It's the chocolate cake that did this. All right. Good. So the next session is actually going to be extremely exciting. It is taking the business of creativity into reality and what is happening on the policy level and what has happened practically for, I think, one of the best boy bands in the whole of Africa at the moment. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, do I have to play a video first, my dear? I need to play a video first. Do you have a short one? Yeah? Give me one short video. And then immediately after the short video, I'll introduce the next panelist. Because I don't think I will hold you. I don't think I'll hold you after our panelists. You guys will want to go for tea and everything else after that. All right. Karibu.
Enter his area. Ask him, please, can I? And if, by the way, if we found that, our industry would be so different. But guys don't want to pay. They just want to use, particularly in the gospel industry. Nada. All right, guys. So the next session, you all know, is about a very intriguing topic. And I have some of the questions that I'm going to be asking about creatives, how we monetize content. I'm talking about leveraging IP for growth. I'm talking about accessing funding. I will be asking about accessing for funding so that you can grow the craft. And also, by the way, craft is part of creation. Eh? Your craft is, you know what I mean. And then you can link IP and entrepreneurship. By the way, question I want to ask, we can write it down, we can answer it later. Is a creative an entrepreneur? We shall discuss that after this. But for now, I would like to ask Jebet. I asked you earlier, I don't want to forget, because if I try to raise this later, I'll have a bit of a problem. Just tell us something about, and then you're writing notes. Tell us, you're the Dom here in this area.
tell us about fair usage. Is it called fair? Fair use and transport. Please tell us a little about that. From where you are, but you have to start, I'm sure.
Hi, so I am Chabet Koros. I work at CIPIT, which is a research center. So I'm an IP researcher and advocate. So as the video has shown us, there's fair dealing. So fair dealing is an exception for copyright. So as we talked a lot earlier on, there's protecting copyright, but then there has to be a balance between the copyright owner and the user.
As the General Counsel and Head of Business Affairs for Sauti Sol Group Limited over the past 11 years. Wow. And 5 months. All right? Committed to building African solutions for African problems that can be globally utilized. That sounds like AI, but it's all right. Result-driven professional with a track record of transforming business and driving exponential growth. And by the way, the fruit proves it. What did they say? The cake is in there? The proof of the cake is in there? In the eating. Well, boss. The proof of the cake is in the eating. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the business manager for Sauti Sol Group Limited, Mr. Moriasi Omambia. Yeah, Moriasi. Welcome, Moriasi. Yeah, you guys are making too much money. Even the suit banner. Sheesh, banner. Italian. When you don't have money, you dress for it. No. We know you have money. Okay. The next gentleman, I've known for a long time, actually very long time. He's like a brother to me. Hey, some of these people I know from a long time. Moriasi I only met the other day. What? Before COVID, 2019. Yeah, okay. Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is the founder and CEO of Art at Work. Art at Work Limited, which is a Kenyan company with Pan-African ambitions to facilitate the creation of sustainable jobs, income opportunities, and revenue to government in the creative cultural industry and digital economy. Yeah, that sounds like big work, man. Gava and digital economy. All right, the main focus area is developing a workable stakeholder framework and model that focuses on the needs of youth and solutions around wealth creation that can be replicated across the continent. This company has conducted published research, contributed to the National Task Force, and is currently implementing recommendations in research policy, legislation, and practice. Our contribution, or their contribution, during the second KECOBO Exchange Forum will be the use of collateral, or the use of IP as collateral and of wealth creation for the youth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the man himself, Mr. Roy Gitahi. Welcome, bro. Okay, so these guys have a wealth of experience. Just to tell us very quickly, you know, I read your introduction, Roy. It says a lot, but government, framework, workforce, big names, policy. You tell us, is your work boring?
No.
Tell us what you do exactly.
So, as you heard, the name is Roy Gitahi. And straight to the question, all those words, policy, frameworks, and those kind of things, it's all about building structure. And that's how government is built. It's actually built on structure. It runs on a set of rules. And I keep telling people that we have, on one side, we have government and banks, which are very rigid and structured. Then you have the creative sector, which is basically like Mishuki's liver. It's always moving. It's like an amoeba. It has no form, it has no shape, it has
Free
nothing.
flow, free flow.
It's free flowing. And that's why people say, I am a free spirit. But the thing is, you want to work with a very structured organization. So the question then becomes, how do we create structures or an interface where the two can be able to speak? And so if I may put it in a structural way, we usually start with a problem. What is the problem? The artist will say it's finance, or government is not listening to us, we are not included, very many things. But government will not listen to you. It will listen to a research document. It's on paper. So what is that research that has been done? And the research comes, and they come and they have their recommendations and say what it is that needs to be done. And then government looks at those that document and says, kumbe, this is the problem. How do we then create a solution to that particular problem? And then that's when you get it, that the government puts together a task force where people come together and let's discuss this and say, or the people who are concerned and say, why don't we come together and then discuss these issues that came out from the research recommendations. Then from the research, the task force comes up and then gives its own recommendations on what needs to be done. Whether is it going to be policy? Is it going to be a change in behavior? Where the government says, okay, from now on, all of you will start wearing brown shoes because we need to sell brown kiwi. Yeah, you understand? So the thing is, that becomes a policy decision that is there. To enforce that policy decision, they can say they're going to create a law where they say, if you are found without brown shoes, this is the penalty and the punishment, all right? But all that just happens to be papers. Who will actually put it into practice? And that's the private sector. Because the thing is, they are the ones who actualize that. So I want you to
used another word. You've now used private sector.
Private sector is basically any entity that is not government, first of all, that basically monetizes, that basically does commercial activities within.
So would that include the creatives?
Now, I look at it from four, there are four stakeholders in the creative space. We have government, we have the private sector, or the people who commercialize this. We have the development partners, who are people who facilitate some of these processes. And then
like GIZ.
Yes, like GIZ. Yes, actually GIZ. And then you have the creative. The creative now is the beneficiary.
We're told we are the enablers.
You're the beneficiaries at the end of the day. All these activities that are being done are to benefit the creative. All right, but there's a role development partners play, there's a role that private sector plays, and there's a role that government plays.
So if government doesn't play its role, and if private sector doesn't play its role, and assuming that GIZ decides they're doing malaria instead of creative work, does that mean that the creative is left and cannot make any money, cannot move forward, cannot monetize their art and work?
It becomes significantly more difficult to actually monetize. I always give this example that, like in Kenya, we are furnishing the third floor of a building that doesn't have the second floor, first floor, ground floor, and the foundation.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We've
just not bothered to touch on things that are fundamentals.
Which is the framework that you're talking about.
Yes, the fundamentals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Fundamental, keep that in mind, fundamental. Okay. Mr. Moriasi, did you guys take care of the fundamentals before you became so big?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So we started, sorry, I'm always in the background, so I'm not used to it.
He's always in the background, but he's a very, very, very smart guy.
Thanks for the setup.
Yes, that's what we're told.
So the first thing we did even before, starting to think about how we're going to scale the business is take care of the legal foundation of what the business is, right? So it's, I think, 21st of February 2012 is when the business was registered. And immediately after registration, the the four got into, what are the fundamentals of a business? Number one, a shareholders agreement. Number two, there is the body, right? There's the head of the business. But then you have the arms. What are the arms? Who is going to manage Sauti Sol? It can be a person, but essentially it should be a business. And the four of them, as a group, when you call yourself a group, it's amorphous, right? It's just, you're calling yourself something. Have you registered the name? So that we did that. And then how are the four of you relating, not just as directors of the business, but how are you relating as artists? So they have their understanding, which is on paper, the four of them, right? And that's why you see when they said that they're taking a hiatus, it was official communication from the business that this group within the business has gone to do this. But the individuals who are directors in the business will still be running the business because they have a contract with the business to run their business. So these are the kind of structures. You have to separate yourself from being the artist and being the owner of your name. So that's how we started. So there was a fundamental understanding that there's the creative bits, which happen every single day, and then there's the business bits, which happen really once a week, twice a week. You have board meetings once a month or every quarter. Then you have annual reviews every year. You have performances, performance appraisals during the year. What did you do? How did you do it? What can we do better? You have to understand that each of them have strengths. Yes. So when we were starting, it was for them to understand what everybody's strength was. So Polycarp is the director of music. Nobody steps on his toes. Chimano is the art director for the business. Nobody steps on his toes. Bien is in charge of the creative side, the advertising, journalism, PR. Nobody steps on his toes. And Savara is a more business person because he studied finance. So nobody steps on his toes, right? So they have clear understandings of what everybody's supposed to do, but they're not doing it day to day. They provide the vision to the team, and then the team does what's supposed to be done.
I see. And the team means you and your guys?
Yes.
Okay, because now you are the manager of this.
No,
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Am I they also get involved in the doing?
No.
They don't get involved in the doing.
In the initial they did,
Yes.
but then it also stifles your creativity.
Absolutely.
But then right after, so this is 2012, 2013, 2014, we started hiring. So save money.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a very clear understanding that any money made is saved. Right? So they sacrificed a lot of lifestyle to grow their back end.
That's incredible.
So these are the kinds of things that maybe sometimes creatives forget. So you make a ton of cash, you forget that your core business is your artistic business. You're quick to buy a Mercedes, quick to move houses.
Turunda.
Yeah. Let's think about it. How long has Savara driven his Pajero?
Yeah.
So
it's sacrifices that you take so that the business grows.
Yeah. But
so if you were not so deliberate and so what is the word, with such fortitude and there's another word I'm trying to look for. If you were not like that, do you think we would have seen the success that we're seeing today?
It wasn't me.
Okay, no, I'm not saying you.
I'm an executor.
Yeah, but
so the four of them have the vision, and they had the vision from the beginning. So they had an understanding that they want to be a legacy brand, right? So that fortitude is within them.
Absolutely.
To do what they need to do. So, yes.
So they're basically the owners of that business, and they owned it, and they decided, let's do this way.
I mean, they're the vision bearers.
Yeah.
It started with Sauti Sol, which was a registered business name. It's now Soul Group Limited.
Yeah.
It now has 7 businesses.
Do you see that? What are some of the other businesses? Can you tell us?
So we have Sauti Sol Entertainment, which is the management company of Sauti Sol. So it manages the band that is Sauti Sol. There's Soul Generation Records, the record label.
Yes.
Right? We have done our own music publishing from the beginning of our career.
So you have a publishing.
Yeah, so we have Soul Generation Publishing. It was an internal business, but now it's now open to other artists. We just started Soul Generation Distribution, which will be helping artists distribute,
Fantastic.
but with a technology back end rather than
yes, of course.
sending you Excel documents.
Okay.
We have Soulfest.
Of course.
Which
Hey,
is,
have you bought your tickets? Have you bought your tickets? Hey, you better buy your tickets, guys.
Asanteni, thank you so much. We have Soulfest eventing business, but Soulfest is going to morph next year. Apart from the NDF Festival, we're starting an artist development program which will run through the year. So like the Champions League, you'll have.
Oh, nice.
Throughout the year, then you'll have.
Please stand and shake. Tell somebody hallelujah. Hallelujah. Did you say league? Let me tell you, once you have that's the framework you're talking about. Oh my goodness me, I'm excited. In fact, I'm excited.
And within next year, we will announce we will have a creator summit. So it'll be the Soulfest Creator Summit, and then Soulfest happens. And it's not creatives, it's creators.
Creators, yeah.
There's an element of sometimes we forget that our friends in IT are the ones who are going to eventually build all our backends.
Yeah, that's
because it's super frustrating. Let me tell you one thing, guys. Accounting meetings are long. They're boring. They're very boring.
They're boring.
But understanding how you spend your money and where your money is coming from empowers you to build a creative plan. That is bottom line. It's bottom line, kabisa. Know where your money is coming from, know where you're spending your money.
Yeah.
You'll understand your creative power. So there's Soulfest, and we are co-founders of Hustle Sasa.
Hustle Sasa.
Creative co-founders of Hustle Sasa.
Which is what? Online platform, money platform?
No, so it's not just ticketing. So it's a shop front for creatives.
A shop,
a digital shop front.
Actually for merchandising,
yeah, so
merchandise and stuff like that.
Your merchandise, anything you create, you can have on Hustle.
Ah, fantastic.
So the thing that what really took off was ticketing for events. Because number one, when we were having the conversations with the people who created the platform, there was an understanding that we're only going to put in where the creative owns their data. So you own the shop. It's not Hustle that owns the shop. So when you start a Hustle page, you own the shop. So all the emails, numbers, those you own your back end.
Completely.
Yeah. And
so all you're doing is presenting it to many people.
Exactly.
Okay.
And really for us, as Hustle, unlike your Shopify's and such, all we'll do is train you on how to start your shop and then mentor you on how to market your product.
That's it.
Right. So if you don't work hard, don't blame the platform.
Yeah, yeah. But actually working hard is the one thing that we must all do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we must all do that.
But really for us, it's about back-end access.
Oh, wow.
Do you know your customer? Do you know? It's the essence of IP is knowing your audience. And that's the power of your intellectual property. Owning a song is fantastic, but owning the data of where your song is going and who's listening to your music, that's the most important thing.
That's even more important.
And then now we have Shahara, and there are 2 other businesses will launch right after Soulfest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I love the idea of the league. Me that one. Anyway, we'll get back to you, and I'm sure you've got tons of questions. Roy, he talked about IP. And you're talking, I know you've been working very hard over the past, my goodness, is it 4 years now? More than 4 years? On getting the rigid government and the rigid banks to accept IP as collateral for investment. Tell us about that.
Okay, so if you look at when we started working with the banks and then we started talking about loans for young people, the biggest challenge that was there was how will these guys secure the loans that they have taken? Traditionally, the bank will ask for land, buildings, logbooks, receivables, which is basically where are you earning money from, okay? Then that is used to secure what it is that you're going to borrow. And we, of course, with the absence of that, we then hit a speed bump. But there is a law in Kenya, which is a brilliant law, which was done by, I must credit the Attorney General, former Attorney General Githu Muigai, called the Movable Property Security Rights Act of 2017. What basically that did is that if you take a tangible asset, is land, buildings, logbooks, they now made provision for intangible assets to be used, which basically means you can now use your music rights, you can use your art, you can use a contract as collateral for a loan. All right. Now, we've been speaking about what is the value of IP? How do you value IP? For example, if we're looking at Sauti Sol music rights, you can actually use the revenue that they get from streaming platforms as an indicator of the value of that music or the rights of that particular music. You can actually, you can also look at how much people are willing to pay for a piece of art as its value. Now we stop looking at art as a painting, but it becomes a store of value. Because if I have paid 1 million shillings for a piece of art, it means that I have stored 1 million shillings in that piece of art, right?
You've stored, oh yes, because you've paid for it, so it's worth the value it has.
The value it holds
is that 1 million.
Is that 1 million,
Correct.
which you actually put into it, right?
Yeah.
We're together until that point, right? Okay. But how then do you extract that 1 million from that piece of art? You have to sell it.
Okay.
So you have to create an art market. All right? And the thing is, when that art market then comes into play, there's an auction. And then somebody can actually pay 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million for that piece of art, by the way, which means that you now have gotten capital gains from the investment that you have made.
Okay.
All right? So the thing is, when we talk about IP as collateral, yes, the law is there, but the practice is not there.
Okay.
Yet, which is what it is that we are now building. Because if you now say, I have used my IP as collateral, we needed to value. And then when we assign a loan, when we assign that IP as collateral for that particular loan, is to say that in case you default, what is the remedy that is available to us? Now, the banks are not in the business of IP. They'll take land, they know what to do with it. But IP, they have absolutely no clue what to do with it. All right? And so you have to create a process which then the banks will now be satisfied with, that they can now be able to say, in case you fail to pay with your IP, we can remedy via the following
method.
ways.
Okay.
Those are the structures
that
that were lacking, that are being built at...
What exactly is that structure looking like? Because I'm assuming a song by a new song coming out by Sauti Sol would be worth a lot more than a new song coming out by Monique Mageria.
Okay. Let's just keep to Sauti Sol. So anyway, for example, a song...
How do you value it?
A new song today has a greater value than a song that has been there for a longer time. If you look at radio play, the number of downloads of a new song, they're actually greater than a song that has been there for a longer time. Now, at what point then will the bank then look at the income of that song?
Yes, that's
because
a good
if they
question.
look at it when it's new, then you tend to set a higher premium for security than that. Then you find that the song has now dropped in terms of revenue, so you have exposure for the bank. So the bank now is looking at, do you have a body of work?
Ah, that's another word. Body of work.
All right. Body of work means that you're not a hobbyist. You're not just creating one song and then you're a one-hit wonder. No. You have multiple songs that help generate a steady stream of income that the bank can now attach a certain value to. All right? So the challenges are, one, on legislation, because we now have the Movable Property Security Rights Act that prescribes how it's supposed to be done. You can never lose your IP.
Yes, that's true.
But you can lose your land.
Oh. Okay.
You cannot. So the thing is, it means that you're now forcing the bank to have a very long relationship with you if you're using IP as collateral for a loan.
Mm-hmm.
The bank also wants to know how will you be able to make money to cover what it is that you did.
Borrowed,
so
yeah.
we basically have to walk through those processes. So there's a journey that we have
How
now
long
taken.
will this process take? Because it's been 5 years, 6 years now. How long is this going to take?
The truth is, it actually takes a while. Yeah, governments in the
so individual okay, let me interrupt you. On the micro level, like now Sauti Sol and Sauti Sol Group Limited, they did it on a micro level. They organized themselves, they got the thing going, and they've moved forward. But on a macro level, when you're looking at, am I right? Yes, macro level, the whole system, that takes a whole, is it a lifetime to get to change?
We're hoping it won't, because you see, like, if you're looking at Kenya as a country, there are certain dynamics that are playing. For example, we have, and I'll give you preliminary findings of the task force report that we had. We have 12 government ministries that touch on the creative sector. And of course, the Attorney General's office. That makes it 13. Those guys don't talk to one another. Okay? In Senate, you have 10 house committees that touch on the creative sector. They don't talk to one another.
About the creative industry.
About the creative industry. And that's why you find budgets to the creative sector are usually, the guys who make decisions on budget have got 10 house committees, but they cannot give money to the sector because they don't understand it. You've got 8 Senate committees, all right? You've got 47 counties, because now with the new constitution, culture has been devolved to counties. Oh, it has, yeah. Yes. You also then find that in judiciary, you've got 4 tribunals that touch on the creative sector. Now, these guys are quite disorganized. Then, this year, somebody has the bright idea to separate culture, heritage, and the arts. All the laws that were there before are based on...
Why?
I know.
How?
All the laws there are based on culture, heritage, and the arts being one, because the arts are an expression of culture. All right? You can't separate the two.
Okay.
All right? But now you've thrown one on one side, the one is on the other side. Now, and you're now trying to create laws in that kind of environment.
Oh.
It doesn't make sense. So when I was listening to my dear CS here saying that, yeah, we are going to do laws, we are going to do nakadhalika, I'm asking, based on what? You know, based on what? So these are the guys who bring the hurdles, by the way, thinking that it's a bright idea.
Mm-hmm.
We're not reading
See, I told you every 5 years. Every 5 years we do some funny things.
Yeah, we do some funny magic. So these people, okay, my ministry has the issue of that we're not all reading from the same script.
Yeah. So this,
you now need to tell government. So we have 3 things that we have reduced through that whole thing. One is that job creation, income generation, and revenue to the exchequer. That is music to governments, to the Kenya Kwanza administration. Yeah, there's money, they'll be very happy. Yes, there's jobs to be created, which gives you a higher profile in the public. That's one. Number 2, income generation. Everyone is complaining about that's what the basis of mandamano is the lack of income. And basically, you have your revenue. You have revenue to the exchequer. Then you can have more to be able to develop the country. It's the language now that we're using. All right, and giving examples.
That's what Teacher to Work now provides. It provides that language. That's why you do the research. That's why you've done. You put so much effort in trying to show these people
what needs to be done.
What needs to be done. Okay. All right. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. Light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes, and it's not an oncoming train.
It's not an oncoming train.
It's not an oncoming
train. From your experience, would you say that you had access to funding for your craft as a business?
No. Funding from
maybe banks, maybe from government? Maybe
no, never taken a loan.
What?
Yeah, because you never had access to a loan, despite having massive cash flows, because you don't have movable property. But you have cash flow, so it was always amazing to me that you talk to your bank's relationship manager, you will go up to management level, and I'll tell you a funny story. But you go up to like director level, and they can see cash flow, and it's really good. Because if you're playing 2-3 shows a month, that's good. It's good money. It's good money. But they still won't give you access. So we built our business from, built our business from
bootstrap.
Yeah, you bootstrap. Yeah. And we've banked with a certain bank for many years, 13 years, and the market, we had a meeting with them the other day, and the marketing department did no service or banks with them.
Yani, the biggest band in Africa, the biggest boy band in Africa, banks in your bank and your marketing department does not know.
So they didn't know.
We're not being taken seriously as creatives.
Yeah. So we left the bank.
To undermine.
So we left the bank.
You left the bank? And I think that's the best thing you ever did.
It doesn't make sense.
Thank you for doing that. Please clap for these guys.
Financial partner, people don't know. So, I mean, these are things that, like Roy was saying, it's even if you build structure, it can also be still very difficult because where does the society place you, right? So, and this is one thing we've learned the hard way. There's something, I don't know if you guys have watched the video where Burna Boy's mom she's being interviewed. They say, people say you and your son are arrogant. I said, no, we just walk and conduct ourselves in a way that we know our value. So if you don't have value to us, we'll be nice, right? But we're not doing business with you because you don't have value. So that's how we should really carry ourselves. Because listen, even finding brand partnerships becomes so difficult because as long as you're a musician, they will tend to look down on you. But if you know your value, they'll say you're too expensive, so you don't have to work with them. So the reality here is, so we've learned a number of lessons, and we also learned a lesson from a new friend who's become an old friend, who sought funding recently and got big investment into his business. And why? Because he understood very quickly how to create structure, but also understood very quickly that your weaknesses can also be your strengths when you're honest with them, right? So, number one, creatives, understand money. It's not wrong to understand your money. Don't be afraid to understand where your money is coming from, where it's going, and don't be afraid to record it. Because at the end of the day, if you want to live the life that other artists are living across the globe, you have to understand one thing. They know where their money is. Look at how 50 Cent is living. He doesn't buy expensive things, he doesn't do. But he understands where his money is, understands where it's going, he doesn't waste it. But understand your money, structure it, have records. Because if you want Roy, who owns a private equity firm, and says, hey, show me your account, even in the most basic format, if you show him every single day that you have accounted for something, and believe us, we learned it the hard way, right? If you show this person even one sheet of paper, and they say, okay, you know how to manage money, they put money in your business. That's how a lot of us don't get investment and are not scalable. It's called corporatizing your business. So creatives, I understand sometimes we run away, lawyers run away from money as well. I'll tell you why. I hated accounting for lawyers at the School of Law. As classmate here, we had a first year maths class. I barely passed it. I barely passed accounting for lawyers. But you see, the most successful lawyers also understand their money. So understand your money. Even if you're spending 10 shillings, record it. Make sure even the most basic form of Google Sheets and Excel. That's how you monetize your IP. Because your IP is value. And if you can't value what you're making and spending, then your IP has no value. It's valuable to you, it's not valuable to the next person.
Oh my goodness.
Right? So what
that is a quotable quote, it is a tweetable tweet, and it is a memorable thing to remember.
Yeah. So, and we've learned it the hard way, and we've learned it from, day to day, knowing that if you know where it is, you can spend it on your craft, don't spend it on yourself. Just make yourself look presentable, but spend it on your craft. Put money back into your intellectual property, and it will grow. And when it grows, understand how much money it's bringing back in, record it. But as you're recording how much money it is, look at the back end of your YouTube, look at the back end of your Spotify, look at the back end of whatever platform you're using to monetize your intellectual property, and get those records and put them on paper. Because when a private sector investor is coming, they just want to see two things. What's your P&L? So profit and loss. The profit and loss, they're the basic ones, they're the complicated ones. The private sector investor will come and make it complicated. Keep it simple. Show them you're making. Even if you're making 7 bob, all they care about is this business went from 0 to 1 bob to 3 bob to 7 bob. If I put in 1 million, it will go to 12, 13, 14. If I put in 10 million, it will go to 100K. If I put in 100 million, it will go, because this person is diligent. The second thing they want to see is, do you understand your customer? The one thing big corporates always do is that they consistently understand their customer. I'll give you a very good example. When 50 was doing Power, and just watch all the podcasts that he does, he talks about, he understood who wants to watch his shows and structures everything he does, not on what, yes, there's things that he likes, and I know a lot of people say, put out what you like, but also understand what your fans like and what they like to watch and what they will tell the next person to go and watch. And that's what he has done. With Saudi, the one thing we've come to understand is who are our core fans, and can those fans be the ones to go and have the conversation with other people and say, listen to this music, listen to this music. So whereas Kenya are our core fans, then you start trying to push your music to another group of core fans who are also vehemently protective of what they get. So our second biggest market is Nigeria. So if you look at the strategy within African Source with vulnerability or salvage Patoranki, right? So as they grew, we grew. And then they came to have an understanding, so, who are these guys working with from across Africa? So Southeast, they listen, we love these guys' music, it's really nice. So then they become ambassadors of it, and they start pushing it. We would have spent that money that we took flying ourselves and Babu to Nigeria and shooting these videos, like spending 2 weeks and spending all that money. The guys would have bought nice cars, Kitambo, and then just started driving a Porsche 2 years ago. This money we would have used that money for other things. But what that did is then get us a Grammy with Burner because he asked for a song for Time Flies. Because you see, it's those things that like I'm saying, you invest in yourself. And then now with all this, now when the guys are saying, okay, fine, now we want another partner to now take us out of the continent of Africa and take us globally, we can show all these things. And then it's not a million shilling conversation, it's $1 million conversation.
So from shillings to dollars, the zeros are more.
So just how you monetize. Yes, okay, there's a conversation of our government having the structure. Let's think about it this way. It will take time for us to get there, but if there's a little bit more discipline, order, passion, and excellence from our creatives, and I'll say our creators, and they're working really hard, is
let's forget about the noise. The noise of showbiz. You know, someone like Diamond forgot about the noise for a very long time. And then when the money was right, now he has all the 50 chains and 15 kids and all these things.
But 15 is the magic number.
But before then, guys would say, who Diamond on a family? Like, he has juke. He's put his money in so many diverse places, right? And now he's enjoying the fruits of his labor.
Oh, you mean he put his money into merchandising, products?
Yeah, so who would have ever thought when guys were killing him about, when Diamond started growing, people are saying, you know,
growing what?
Like growing his brand.
Okay.
What's the kawaida merchandise that people do?
Hoodies.
Exactly. He went Jugu for the Watus. He understood what his people like. He understood his fan base.
He bought them. He started.
Yeah, so he made a crazy amount of money from Jugu
Karanga.
And that grew him a fortune. Fortune went into something else. But also you have to listen, Diamond has a brilliant team. There's Salam.
Oh, yes.
Salam is a shark.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I think creators need to understand, for your intellectual property, always hire a shark. Don't be ashamed to hire someone who can say no and someone who knows your value. So you can do, on the back end, you can do what you want. I know my classmate is here, was telling me that, oh, we're so happy you came. There's a big misconception that I'm not a nice guy. But it's because when you have something of value and you know you can create more value for other people, you got it. So when you start getting to this space, how you monetize your IP as well is hire sharks. Hire someone who can walk into a room and guys are like, step on the shows. But why? Because of me that your value is but you just be polite. Yeah, that answers your question.
So a shark will not be polite about the value that he's trading.
No.
This is the value. You either take it or leave it. That's when you walk. You don't know who we are. Out. It's not a bank.
Lastly, how we get our government to move faster is, and Roy can correct me if I'm wrong, we just need to unionize.
See, do you need the money?
It's not about, there's organizing, but there's also unionizing.
Bargaining power.
Bargaining power.
Yeah, so a lot of people have unionized. You know, NBA players unionized. Right now, Amazon employees are big.
The script writers guild they've unionized that wamefunga kazi.
There's nothing funny in it. I think the podcasts are growing. So the thing is, like, if we unionize, and I will say that also we should take form.
As our generation,
and then this one is actually on me, is that as a business, that is among others that are leading lights, right? We should have gotten ourselves together and then bring everybody else. So that's one of the things that we really want to change in the years that are coming. And you know, sometimes you're doing so much. The guys are touring this. The board is asking questions. Let's do this. Let's do that. You forget I forget the fundamentals of what, you know. And that's a basic. That if we unionize and put enough pressure on government, and it's like when what's her name wanted to change the Copyright Act. Yeah, wanted to change the Copyright Act. Guys just came together and made a lot of noise. But you see, for us, it's like if we unionize, then we can have a lot of bargaining power, but we're all over the place. Right?
They don't even trust each other.
Yeah, and then you see someone like, you know, we don't make noise at a people Twitter. Someone has make noise at a people Twitter. But the thing is, we all have to come together. That's one of the things that informed us that when Azimio, in the middle of an election, infringed, we stood up because the conversation amongst us was, guys, if no one does this now, who will do it? Right? They feel like they're beyond.
It was tough. It was very tough.
I'm sure you bashed every single one.
You bashed, you threatened, your parents are calling you.
Even your parents?
Yeah, your parents are calling you. So what is this man? What are you about? You know, all of us are from Ghana.
What's wrong? I'm a child. I'm
What's going on? But these are the things that.
Yeah, but you see, what you did was a good example for everybody. At least all of us can say, you set a precedent. You set a precedent. Yeah, so that now, even Mwaniki with his one song, if they take it as a situation, you see me, my song without asking and paying.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if we unionize them, I think we'll be able to at least bargain. You know, we can't be contributing 3% of our GDP and then not spending at least 1%
on us
of the income of the country on us. South Korea
did something about that, yeah.
South Korea did that, and that's why we have K-pop, K-drama, K-cosmetics.
How much have they put back into entertainment?
This year, no? $20 billion.
$20
billion.
With $20 billion is 2 trillion Kenya shillings.
So they do every
trillion, 9 zeros.
So every year the South Korean government puts it's 1% of their national GDP into their Ministry of Culture, and that Ministry of Culture directly funds K-pop, K-dramas. It directly funds K-pop, K-dramas, K-cosmetics, K-movies. Those 4 things.
And that's why you see them everywhere.
Exactly. Oh, wow. So it's government funded.
Government funded.
I totally agree with him in terms of unions. When we didn't call them unions, we call them associations at the time. Because even when we founded Wabuni Sacco, it was because the Sacco was there because we could get banks to come on board. And so we formed Wabuni Sacco so that people can learn how to save. Wabuni Sacco, so that people can now be able to save and borrow and also get educated. Of course, after COVID, the whole thing went down. We revived it actually this year. And one of the things that we have been considering was to say, you guys need to join through an association. Because we realized associations are one-man shows that are run by a guy who's been there from the time when it started to the point that it is there at this particular time. They have no power, they do nothing. All right, yet they claim, even if you ask for the membership list, they don't have that number of people. Ask Khalid, they've already told about it. Yes, Khalid has been. So we realized that without, it's like when you go to see an MP or a governor, if you say that you're representing 10 people, no one is interested. All right? If you go to an office and say that I represent 100 people, you might notice that the conversation will come from the relationship manager to a higher director in that particular office. The minute you say you represent 1,000 people, the CEO now is accessible to you. All right? The minute you say you've got 10,000 people, it's now a board level issue. All right? Numbers. The only thing that our problem is that we're so individualistic. I think we have struggled through this creative sector.
It's this thing called democracy.
It's suffering. I usually attribute it to suffering. You have suffered so much, you've been betrayed by your own, you've been played by your own to the point that you don't trust your own. I think it's time, like, I like what he said about South Soul also being in the forefront of saying, hey guys, this is what it is that we need to do. It is advocacy, all right? It is positive public interest advocacy. And that would be willing to even work together on the same, because on one side, government is asking, so what do you want us to do? And on the other side, you're telling them, but you can already do A, B, C, D, because someone has done the thinking on their part. Mutua, there's a program for counties where we realized, by the way, counties do not know how to do the creative sector, many of them, right? They don't. And so we came up with a turnkey, where we say, we give you a product as a county. We register for you 1,000 creatives, and we create for you 100 MSMEs. in the creative sector. Already, those guys will now start looking for permits, those guys will start looking for, they start paying revenue and that kind of thing. And if you want to expand it, you can grow it. All right, the governor takes charge and says, "This is my contribution to job creation,
That's what
income
you call
opportunities."
turnkey.
Yeah, it's a turnkey. It's a turnkey.
Just turn the key and it starts.
It starts and it goes. So we've done the thinking for even county level. All right, but you find most people are asking, "What's in it for me?" All right, what's in it for me?
Actually, what is it for me?
Well, the thing is, there's income, there's revenue, and that can be, at least for the county and the government, even for you as a creative, it's the same thing. We also find that the reason why this thing takes on a different role is that while Sauti Sol may take a lot of criticism from individuals, their parents calling them, we have a problem also in the community. When we talk about the creative sector, what happens? And I always blame church. When we're introducing our children, what do we say? This is my son, he's a lawyer. That is my daughter, an engineer. Wacha turuke huyo. And we go to the young one there who's studying business.
Huyu anafanya ile kitu unajua kama mchani ile.
You go, and I find the problem with that is we basically put down creatives. Huyu ndio natuibiaga wakati kuna wageni. And we put down creatives, we put down those children, right? But guess what? That dad or that mom who put down that child is a CEO of a company, is an MP somewhere, is a director of an organization, and whatever. How much seriousness do you think they'll put in the creative sector?
Absolutely. So they do not even see that
there's no value.
You know what I'd like to do, Roy? I'd like to open up that discussion briefly and take maybe like 5 questions from the floor. Have a quick discussion over that because I'd like us to finish in the next 15 minutes. I'm hoping we can do that. But yeah, don't you think this was incredible? Yeah. Yeah? Is your mind blown? Yeah, why? I can hear you guys, there's so much. Thank you. Thank you for it. Thank you for the work that you're doing because you're making a difference already. You can see that difference. You can feel that difference. We need to see more on your side because Mokulisa was doing well, but the government policy, we need to unionize associations. All right, questions. Annabelle is first, and of course, she's off. Mr. David over there. Who's going to throw this? Who's my cup? Who's my editor? Thank you. God. Okay. Start with the lady because her hand was up. So already have 3 hands up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Annabelle Monde. I'm a fashion designer and a HR consultant. Is there any opportunity from Sauti Sol to partner with fashion designers? Or Hassan Sasa can act for that? I can give a practical example of Beyonce. She runs the Good Fellowship, which is in partnership with Global Citizen. They're in South Africa. So they normally open applications for fashion designers. Then they support them, they select. Then when you are selected, you go to a certain country, maybe New York or Milan or South Africa. They are trained for almost 3 months. Then they incorporated into the fellowship program. Can you think of something in line with that? Because now you already went global with Universal. I hope they renewed.
Let me help you. Do this. So you know the structure. What is happening with the Beyonce?
Yes.
Draw up that structure. Come and make a presentation to Moriasi and show him how he will make money as you make money.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Don't answer that question. Oh, you can answer? Okay. No. But yes, that's one of the things you can do, right?
Yeah, so number one, what Moneki said, I'd love to partner with you to help build that program. Our core business is music. And our core business is music, production. So our core business is music, music technology, creator technology, and production. The one thing that we're very passionate about is fashion. That's why Babu has walked this journey with Sauti Sol for a long time. Monochrome has walked the journey with Sauti. We're not afraid to be different, although I'm the conservative one when it comes to my dressing. And this is not how I dress every day, guys. I was called the serious meetings. entertainment suit. The reason I got also entertainment law is that I dislike suits. I dislike the rigidness of the legal industry. So that's number one. Number two, yes, that's why Soulfest next year, we want to build it like a football league that runs for a year. So beyond when we create a development is how can we get funding by showing that we're educating and giving fellowships, but also by empowering young creators to be part of this Soulfest journey towards the end. So we give it to them. So with the plan, we're really crossing our fingers in terms of and working hard. And when we finish this Soulfest, our plan for this is starting March into December. It'll be every March and December, just to give us time to plan in January and February. Then we'll be able to do this. But I'd love to hear from you. I'd love us to have a conversation, because that's one of the things that I think Sauti has always pushed the boundary on, but have never really invested in terms of growing the sector. But we've invested one or two people just now to grow this, but in terms of it, it'd be fantastic.
Hi. My name is David Moredi. I am a creative entrepreneurship veteran for 35 years. And one of the things I do is train, mentor creatives across Africa for the last 18 years. I put up this picture, Moriasi. Look at that picture. I took that picture of Sauti Sol, I'll send it to you, in 2008, I think. We were performing for Mudoni Donga's Soul. Before she started Blankets of Mine and all that, she had a gig at Tuna Tree where, they were performing. That was them then, and that's them today. That's the success of Sauti Sol. I just had to put that out there. And I love what you said. Yeah, I love what you said about Soulfest and what you're planning to do, but I want to challenge you even further. Okay? And I know what you've done, obviously, with Soul Generation, and you've really created the next generation, and as you say, Sauti Sol is a prototype of what's possible if you have the right structures. Okay? I think something from everything I've heard today, and especially what the two of you and Roy, have spoken about today, the struggle with access to finance, the struggle with access to accelerate an idea. One of the few creative organizations in Kenya that have the flex to be able to do this. Imagine if you teamed up, let's say, with a local or international financial institution and set up a fund, pretty much like what some of what GIZ is doing. But you're the people running it because you have the example of it. You've got the consistency, all those things you said you need to make a successful career. You guys have already done it. You've got your brand equity. Imagine if you fronted that, because you understand artists more than anyone else. You understand creatives. And you actually help fund, even as you're running Soulfest. So part of what happened in Soulfest, you're shortlisted, you perform, but you also get money for your then project that you have. Maybe your recording project, your video project, but you actually get access to fund. I would push you to go that extra step because I think you're very capable of doing it. Now, KECOBO will be guessing.
Oh, you have to say something. Let she finish and ongea Kiswahili. Look at the time.
Nashukuru, asante sana. Na mwanzo wacha niseme kwa rafiki yangu Bwana Roy. Leo umezungumza mambo yamenistua. Unasema ya kwamba kuna 22 house committees in this country ambazo zinashughulikia masuala za culture na issues za kisanii. Na wanalala kule, hawazungumzi na kula mishahara. Swali langu tu kwako, tutakuwa na mwangaza mbele ama giza litaendelea kukua? Kwa manager wa Sauti Sol, anytime I arrive in Nairobi, huwa naangalia zile billboards, naona hela. Yaani nikiangalia hivi tunaona billboard. Sijui ile ni naona pesa. So I always wonder who is behind hawa jamaa. Sasa sikujua leo nitapatana naye hapa. Sasa ombi langu kwako, msanii huyu hapa, pekee kutoka na county. chukua mimi pia niingie kwenye utakuwa unajivunia unasema kwamba uko na Nakuru County una mkiona na madai wenzako. Kama tukirejea hapa turejee na success story ama namna gani?
Amata, one last one.
Yes, it is good. It is good. Anyway, so good afternoon. So first of all, before I ask Muriasi my question, I'd like to challenge Roy that the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts is coming up with the Creative Economy Bill. So kindly, the things that you're saying that you're doing, we need that in that bill. The bill, you can go and see Mr. Hulo at Kenya Cultural Center, right? Kindly, please. Whatever.
He's the director.
Yeah,
Apollo.
the ED. Yeah, because the things that he's talking about, they are relevant if they are put in that bill. Okay. They are going to help the sector. Moriasi?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
So this is Anata. Does that mean we have a Anyway.
Have you been harassing him?
Moriasi is a snob.
I'm giving you the microphone.
I said, misconception. Misconception.
But he ignored me until I decided to go and become an entertainment lawyer myself. Yeah. So anyway, Muriasi. So now that I've said that I went and became a media and entertainment lawyer, I came to realize I work in the music industry, and I came to realize the thing that is ailing our music industry, Kenya's music industry, because as we know, the World Bank say that it doesn't understand why Kenyan musicians are suffering, because the World Bank 2021 report states that the value of Kenya's music industry is worth 350 billion Kenyan shillings. So like the industry like Tanzania, the Tanzania music industry is never valued, because they say if Kenya does not consume Tanzanian music, it dies. Like Kenya spills into the Nigerian industry, the South African industry, etc. So I came to realize one of the things that is ailing our industry is the fact that our industry does not have the right professionals in it. So the key professional in the music industry is a record label. Right now people wonder, okay, why is Nigerian music doing so well and everything? But it's because right now, Google, how many record labels are there in Nigeria? Countless. You can't even count. If you Google how many music distribution companies are there, endless. You can't count. If you Google how many music publishers are there in Nigeria, you can't count. But come to Kenya, how many record labels are there? You'll find Sauti Sol, you'll find the one for King Kaka, the one for King Kaka, the one for Willie Paul, etc. But then there's something unique about Sauti Sol, right? So the Sauti Sol record label competes with Wasafi and Don Jazzy's, right? But now, I was just wondering, instead of like Sauti Sol, like as a business, trying to like venture in new businesses like Soul Kids, like etc. Yes, they're nice, but why not invest in the record label itself? Like the structure of a record label, put it under now the Sauti Sol record label. Like the structure Like you see how it has a president, executive vice president, it has the artist repertoire department, promotion department that does PR, artist department, marketing, publicity, etc. So that way, at least because Sautiso is already at the forefront, let it be at the forefront of music. Because I've tried talking to the ministry. The ministry does not want to treat the record label as a startup. So because Sautiso is already like penetrating through the ice already, it would really make a lot of sense and help us entertainment lawyers. If Sautiso made efforts to make the record label it is. Because what is making Tanzania music dominate? It's because of Wasafi record label. Period. You know, it's because Diamond has put. I talked to someone from Wasafi, and I came to realize that this departments that I'm talking about, they have them. So kindly, please, I'm open to, if you guys can afford to pick my brain, please, we need to make this work.
Okay, Muriasi, you're in the man of the show.
I want to know. I think the time.
But he's serious. He takes his time serious.
No, it's only the time we're having conversations. We're deep into the COVID restructure. It was a real mess, you know. COVID happened. Saudi, midnight train was about to drop. We had booked 115 shows worldwide, and they were all cancelled. So that was our revenue from we were rich to
survival.
What's the restructure plan? So I'm sorry, but talk about Solgen. Yes, we do have a general manager. Our directors, the guys, the heads of A&R, they are the ones with A&R, just like Don Jazzy. We've had this tri-party conversation with Maidens and myself. We were good friends. And Chocolate City. You saw Black Bulls with the guys over the weekend. So we do have, there is a PR department at Solgen, there's a bookings manager at Solgen, there's a social media manager at Solgen. When Solgen really have individual managers, then there is, there's an executive assistant to the business itself. She runs the day-to-day. We have someone in charge of content, there's a content person. And lastly, we have someone in charge of business development. The thing about how we run our business is that we love doing what we're doing quietly, right? Our priority is that our product takes the lead. And our product is the music, number one, and the artists, number two. Right? So the music takes the lead. Bensoul and Berry have done fantastically well. And that's the reason also why we do not want to keep them at Solgen. Because unlike Mavens, which gets close to, Mavens is supported by private equity. And that's Nigeria supporting Nigeria. Right? Don't just get a ton of cash from private equity. Wasafi is extremely well supported financially. Every year there's a big cash injection. So Jen, the cash injection is the 4 directors and whatever money we're making. Really, what we need to do is, because we, unlike Nigeria and Tanzania, where they have businessmen have a culture of supporting the arts, we don't have that culture here. So we have to look for money in different ways. And that's why you see there are more private equity banks and private equity funds in Kenya than there are in Nigeria and Tanzania, because businesses there don't need them. They're here. Innovation is here because you have to think. Getting money here is hard. So yes, the structure is there. How we scale is now the next level, because at the end of the day, we do not want to scale without, being able to develop is talent. One of the biggest problems that we have is that when it comes to identifying young talent, it's hard, right? It's there, it's hard. Here, it's more expensive to grow talent than in Tanzania and Nigeria. Why? We're on the back foot. We're on the back foot to Afrobeat and Bongo. And now we call Bongo piano. So we are third, right? And how we want to grow our music is we want to build iconic live acts. Because I'll give you an example. Did you go for the Arya Star show? When she came? Yeah. She didn't play live. Rema just learned how to play live. One-on-one. Give me anyone, Wasafi, anyone. I'll give them Benso. They can bring the whole of Malians to Kenya. I'll give them Benso. And Benso will come up with a 10-piece band. Horns, Idi, yeah. And Benso will sing his heart out. And the crowd will respect Benso more. Because we're trying to do a different type of music. We're trying to do legacy music. Legacy music is the Rolling Stones are touring now. The Rolling Stones are touring now and are competing with Bad Bunny and Taylor Swift on who are going to be the top 3 in earnings from touring. Do you get it? Rappers and pop musicians from that age who posthumously, Bob Marley, Michael Jackson, Prince, what's his name? Bob Dylan is still alive. Willie Nelson doesn't die. But I'll give an example. So like Bob Marley, Michael Jackson, Prince, legacy artists. Bob Marley is a reggae musician who died in 1978, right? His family lives off his relatives. Why? He's made timeless music. For us, I'm not looking for one-hit wonders. I'm not looking for guys who make me money now. I'm looking for guys who make me money 10 years down the line, because that means then soul generation becomes a universal. So for us, really, it's how do we grow it in a way that when we're not there and our kids are not there, but the grandkids are running universal, right? So there's that. There was David's question.
It was a statement. He wants to do something.
And Amata, I'd love to hear from you. I don't have any more
crazy schedules.
Like I was telling you, I eat once a day because of time. Yes, we have thought about it, and I will talk to you as well.
Okay, good. And then that came to send up.
From my hometown, Yaku.
Oh,
it's good to be better.
So how about you together? How about you together? Roy, do you have anything to say?
Just in conclusion, I'm actually happy about the discussions that are going on people starting funds, because our vision is to basically have a financial institution in every level, whether it's a circle, then move to the level of microfinance institution, Hub 48, which is basically going to be a bank specifically for creatives, and basically have multiple funds. You have the Soul Fund, you have a number of funds, just making sure that money is totally available for the creative space. Only then can you then have options where people do not reject you based on a whim, right? But that would be able to happen. In conclusion.
Okay, thank you. I need the microphone.
Unajiona wapi? Did you remember that? Do you remember that question? What was the question? What is your vision for your business? Now, this is the next question. This is how I want you to answer this. What have you learned today that you will implement to help achieve that vision? Now, please write it down. Because you write it down now. Because if you don't write it down now, you're not going to write it down. You know that? So you know for a fact. What is it you're going to implement from what you've heard? What is it you're going to implement from what you've heard into your business to take you in the direction that you want to go? or to get you to where you want to go, to achieve what you want to achieve. What are your next steps? You done? Now that is for you. It is for you. Don't share it with me. That is for you. But the person sitting next to you, if they have your telephone number, do they have your telephone number? Already? Show them. So that they hold you accountable. Yes. Yes. You need to be held accountable. Look, show them. Show them. So that you are held accountable. How about you didn't write? Show each other. And you call each other after 2 weeks and say, have you done? Have you moved? Let me tell you something, guys. This is the truth of the matter. This is the truth of the matter. You can come to wonderful forums like this and learn incredible things, but if it does not change your behavior immediately, you will have forgotten in 2 weeks what you learned. If you do not implement this, what you've learned, within the next 2 weeks and it becomes part of your direction, I guarantee you, next forum we shall be meeting, you'll be asking the same questions. Because you've not moved to the next step. Work on your business, guys. Work on your business. You've been inspired, you've been challenged. Work on your business. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Linda Musita to come and say the vote of thanks. Please come here. Good job, madam. Ladies and gentlemen.
You got a good crowd and hope you got something of value that you can carry and share with everyone else wherever you're going, your networks. And please make sure you come again for the last and third forum, which should be in October. And yeah, thank you to all the panelists. I know most of them are not here, but thanks, Moriasi. Thanks, where is he? Okay. Oh yes, please. Thank you, Your Excellency. Sijui watu wa serikali zingine. Utaulizwa. But thank you all for coming and yes, have fantastic evenings ahead. English is hard.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If everybody emails you what they have learned or what they plan to implement, would that be good feedback for you?
No, I'll send a survey.
Yeah, that would be a really nice
I have to
survey.
measure everything.
Yeah, they're measured, but then these guys measure not.
I have to measure the impact of what has happened here today so that KECOBO can make better decisions. That's yes, the purpose of this. Thank you, Sharon, and everyone from KECOBO, even the ones sitting outside. You guys are amazing today, and I think we have 2 more videos and then we go have tea.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, my name is Blakey Magaria. This has been the IP Forum, Chapter 2. What you guys video.
Thank you, Money King.
For you to sign. Once the producer is convinced that she wants to create Kambua's movie, she must negotiate with Kambua and come to an agreement. All the terms of the agreement should be laid out in the contract. After that, Kambua must go to a lawyer who will read the contract and make sure that her needs and rights are well protected.
I think clauses regarding mode of payment are very important, and any other additional work we might need you to do.
He will also help her understand what rights she retains and which ones she signs away to the production company.
This contract allows you to completely sign over the right to produce the movie, the right to make changes to the movie, and the right to distribute the movie. You still retain moral rights, which means you must be credited as the writer of this project. And you have a say in how the project is used, and you own the rights to the adaptation and other derivative works of this project. In exchange, they pay you 500,000 Kenyan shillings as per the contract agreement and royalties made from any sales of the project.
When both parties are satisfied with the terms of the contract, they sign, and Joy now officially has the rights she needs to create Kambua's movie. Using the rights she has acquired, Joy approaches multiple investors looking for funds to make the film. She signs contracts agreeing to pay the money back after completing and selling it with an interest. Joy must put together a team that will create the movie to completion. She issues each of the team members with a work-for-hire agreement. This means that the crew members assign away all related rights they may have in the process in exchange for money to create the film. This also includes actors signing image and voice release forms, allowing for their likeness to be used in the movie. Joy must also get location release forms signed with the property owner, allowing her to use the different premises to create the movie. Joy must also get all the rights and sign work-for-hire and music release forms, where she obtains the permission from musicians to use their music in the same film. Joy has finally completed making the movie and now will approach a sales agent, distributor, TV broadcaster, or a network to buy or show the movie. As a producer, Joy must prove that she has cleared all the rights by showing what is called a chain of titles. A chain of titles shows the sequential transfer of rights from one person to the next, proving that the producer owns all the rights to exploit the movie for commercial benefit. The distributor or sales agent then signs a distributor license, allowing them to distribute the movie to specific territories for a specific period of time. Besides giving permission to distribute, the license indemnifies the distributor from any legal matters arising from the distribution of the movie. The distributor then financially exploits his distribution rights within the terms set out by himself and the producer. The distributor turns over the cash to the producer, taking away the fee they agreed on as his cut for distribution. The producer then divides the revenue by paying back the investor, then they pay the writer and themselves. That is how rights are transferred and shared in film and animation.
There has been an explosion in the number of software development jobs and opportunities in the last decade. Did you know that software and mobile apps are intellectual property and are protected under copyright and trademark and industrial designs? To protect software under copyright, you need to register the source code or object code for your software on the National Registry on the KECOBO website. The source code is the software in its original written form. You will need to register the source code or object code as literary work because the code should be presented in written form. These components make up a piece of software or an app. 1. There is the source code, which has been explained above. 2. There is the graphical user interface, which refers to the menu, icons, and interface that the user will be interacting with. It's essentially the look and feel of the app. This is usually protected by trademark or industrial designs. Let's do a deeper dive into copyright protection. Copyright protection is automatic upon creation of the code. It's advisable, however, to register it as copyright in case you need protection from copyright infringement. The process of registration is very straightforward. Go to the Kenya Copyright Board website, www.copyright.to.ke. On the taskbar, you will see e-copyright. From there, follow the prompts and register your source code as literary work. Some people are often worried about sharing their source code or object code with us because of copyright infringement. But we can only protect copyright that has been registered with us. So make sure you take the right steps in securing your work today.
So I understand the entire conference or the entire forum that we had here, everything that we discussed will be put onto the KECOBO platform. Did you tell me? What did you tell me? What platform? YouTube. On the YouTube platform. KECOBO YouTube platform. 2 days from today. All right. So by Friday, this will be there. So what you do is you tell everybody who you think needs to be hearing this kind of story. Okay, so they can be part of it. And also the good thing is you can refresh your memory. And then you can see yourself and say, hey, I'm on TV, man, I'm famous. Especially from Nakuru. So thank you very much, Lord, for this wonderful day. We give you glory and praise. In Jesus' name. What else? What do you want? Oh, Media Force, thank you very much for the good work. That was really good. And Debbie, fantastic videos. Very well done. We understand them. Oh, there you are. Oh, that's last time. That's last time. This is from last time. Thank you all. I hope you made new friends. There's a lot of tea. There's a lot of things that will make you fat. Moment on the hips, charity on the hips. Please go and enjoy yourselves. And after that, you can hang around. You know, you want to buy me a drink or two. I'm around, you know. You can have a, you know. So. Oh, man, you made me water. God bless you all. You have a good time. See you next time.